The White House even tried to schedule the president for several satellite interviews with TV stations in Florida aboard Air Force One, but canceled because of technical problems in the Ohio rain. This afternoon, the first family returned to the White House to a rousing reception from aides. The president obviously drained, knowing all he can do now is wait. And tonight at the White House, just beyond the Oval Office, senior advisors have constructed a war room as these returns come in. They are preparing for a long night, but the president made clear today that with the whole world watching our democracy function, he said, he hopes that it is indeed over tonight. Tom.
Thanks very much, NBC's David Gregory tonight. For his part, just like the president, Senator Kerry campaigned into the early morning hours and then returned to his home base, Massachusetts. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is there with him tonight. Kelly?
Good evening, Tom. Senator Kerry is splitting time between his Boston home and offices. His campaign is set up at a hotel here. A noticeably different tone from the senator today, who appeared more relaxed, described himself as humbled by the process, and appeared to more publicly look beyond the election, saying whatever the result, he believes the country will be unified.
I'm very confident that we've made the case for change, the case for trust in new leadership, a new direction, a fresh start.
After his 2-year run for the White House, Kerry returned from the battleground states to Boston. The State House here is Kerry's polling place, Ward 5, Precinct 3. As he filled out the ballot, Kerry acknowledged the press corps at his back. Daughters Vanessa and Alex voted here too.
Thank you. I don't think anybody can anticipate or expect what it's like to see your name on a ballot for president.
While wife Teresa, the only Kerry voting in a battleground state, is registered in Pennsylvania and cast her vote there this morning. Kerry's election day began with 2 rallies after midnight, hitting Toledo, Ohio.
Today is decision day.
And La Crosse, Wisconsin. By this morning, some last-minute canvassing to get out the vote. Back in Boston, keeping with his own Election Day tradition, Kerry stopped for chowder and clams.
Senator John Kerry and Senator...
The work still not done. His campaign scheduled satellite TV interviews with local stations in the key states until the polls close. Kerry expressed his desire that both the process and outcome will be clear.
I hope there won't be challenges. I hope America will vote according to the law today. That's what I want. I'm confident that's what the president wants.
And senior aides say Senator Kerry's putting together some thoughts about what he might say to supporters tonight. Meanwhile, Senator Edwards, who had voted early in North Carolina, spent this day campaigning in Florida. He will join Senator Kerry's family here later tonight as they greet supporters. And right now, aides to Kerry say they are focused on early voting results and some of their own internal polling, and they are expressing confidence, although it will be a long night to come. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell tonight. Then there are the voters, millions of them from coast to coast, braving long lines, in some cases nasty weather, and a few hitches to cast their votes today. Most of the attention is on the polls in those few battleground states. That includes Ohio and Florida. We'll get the view from both states again tonight, beginning with NBC's Ann Thompson, who's in Columbus, Ohio. Annie?
Tom, here in Columbus, Ohio's capital, voters waited as long as 2.5 hours today to cast their ballots. But so far, long lines are the biggest complaint of the day.
This was not a day to be in a hurry.
And you're in precinct G, straight ahead.
In Cleveland, where they use punch cards.
And check on hanging chads.
And Columbus, where they voted by machine, patience was a virtue.
Been here about an hour and a half, hour 45, but it's cool, you know, I don't care. I'm ready for a change, so.
Republicans won an early morning victory when a federal appeals court ruled those controversial challengers would be allowed in polling places.
Children with drinks.
But for all the pre-election angst, there were only sporadic reports of political party representatives questioning voters' eligibility. Helping to keep an eye on things for the Democrats in Columbus, the Briggs brothers drove all the way from the nation's capital.
Because I think what happened in Florida was actually damaging to our country.
It is unfamiliar territory for Patrick, who is a contractor.
Some beautiful old houses here.
And Dennis, who is a county cop and former Marine. The brothers hit 15 polling places by mid-afternoon.
How long you guys been waiting?
And say they found few signs of voter intimidation.
From all the rumor and speculation that we heard prior to coming out here, I was worried about that, but I'm really glad to see that that's not the case.
And it wouldn't be a day in Ohio without a court challenge. Today, a federal judge ruled that the state must give provisional ballots to those who tried to vote absentee but didn't get their ballots in time. Now for the latest from the battleground state of Florida, let's go to NBC's Carrie Sanders in Fort Lauderdale. Carrie?
Well, Ann, there's only a short period of time before the polls close here in Florida. Then the ballots will be brought to locations like this where they will be counted. In Florida, where 4 years ago there were so many problems, this election is not only about the close race for president, it's also about the election process itself and whether it works. It appears so far so good. Long lines, but few problems in Florida today. In Tampa, the wait to vote was up to 3 hours.
But have any questions while you're waiting?
After the morning rush, a surprise, short lines. The reason? 1 in every 5 registered Florida voters cast their ballots early.
I was in front of the machine about 3 minutes total. Done.
In Fort Lauderdale, Bob Kiley arrived at 11:55 a.m., walked to his polling station, 5 minutes later was voting. 4 minutes at the touchscreen machine, he was on his way home.
Very easy, very simple. I mean, you know, if people can't figure that out, I don't know how easy you can make it, really.
In Palm Beach County, where much of the 2000 election melted down.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
Supervisor of Elections Teresa Lepore says she's confident this time it'll go differently. There were isolated problems with Florida's new touchscreen voting machines. In St. Petersburg, Roberta Harvey says every time she tried to vote for Kerry, the computer selected Bush. Poll workers confirm it took repeated tries before it worked correctly.
I hope that it was an electronic malfunction. That's my hope.
As opposed?
As opposed to something a little more devious.
And that is the test. Will this new technology work? With 50% of the voters using touchscreen technology across the state, a lot of eyes watching whether this new system works properly. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Carrie Sanders in Florida tonight. Joining me now here in Democracy Plaza, Washington Bureau Chief Moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert. Tim, we've been talking to the point of exhaustion about the battleground states. Let's talk about the voters within those states, the groups of them that are of concern to both campaigns, beginning with the Bush campaign. What worries them?
Tom, younger voters. Al Gore won younger voters 18 to 30, 48 to 46. George Bush, very competitive. If a lot of younger voters show up and they vote disproportionately for John Kerry, it can tilt those states. Secondly, white Catholics. How will those white ethnic Catholics turn out for Bush or for Kerry?
And what about the Kerry campaign? Who are they worried about?
They're worried about Hispanics. George Bush got 35% of the Hispanic vote in 2000. Will he increase that? Black voters. George Bush got just 8% of African Americans. Can Bush increase that? And then the so-called gender gap. Al Gore carried women by 10 points. John Kerry's been not doing that well with those women, particularly married women with children. That's the group of concern.
Any split in married couples versus single couples?
Absolutely. That's the new gap we have seen. Singles preferring Kerry, married people preferring Bush. And when you look at Ohio and Florida, Tom, 2 diverse, distinct states with all these subgroups within them. It is wild.
All right, well, we'll have more detail on all of that all during the evening. Let's turn now to NBC's Brian Williams, who's in our election tracking center. He's got information on what the exit polls are telling us about today's vote so far tonight. Brian, what do you have for us down there?
Well, Tom, thanks. We are getting the first real exit poll data, and we're looking at the basic question, what is the mood of the voters this year? We know it's a close election, and some of the first numbers from our NBC exit poll are bearing that out in terms of how President Bush is handling his job and about the direction of the nation in general. On the crucial, is the nation headed in the right direction or on the wrong track question, 50% of voters think the country is on the wrong track, while 47% think we are headed in the right direction. Statistically even. 4 years ago, the mood was much brighter, with 2/3 saying they were pleased with the direction of the country back then. One big difference from the last election is the issue, of course, of terrorism. We asked voters if they think we're safer from terrorism than when George W. Bush first took office, and they do, but not by a wide margin. 52% said they felt safer, but 43% felt less safe. As for President Bush's job approval rating, voters are still very closely divided on that. The president makes it above the halfway mark, barely. 51% approve, 47% disapprove of the president's job performance overall. One last note on the red state, blue state partisan divide on the president's job performance. It's about as wide as it could possibly be. 92% of Republicans give the president a thumbs up. 84% of Democrats give him a thumbs down. More to come as the night goes on. Tom.
Indeed. Thanks very much, NBC's Brian Williams tonight. Up next, our Election Day coverage continuing, making your vote count, the balance of power at stake today going beyond the White House, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. And later, what may be the most powerful political pundit of all.
For the nagging joint pain and stiffness of osteoarthritis, over-the-counter pills may not always be what you need, but some prescriptions may not be right for you. That's why there's Celebrex for joint pain relief. Nothing more and nothing less. Celebrex targets the source of pain and inflammation. It doesn't make you foggy, and it's not narcotic. Your pain doesn't slow you down, and neither should your pain reliever. Celebrex should not be taken if you've had aspirin-sensitive asthma or allergic reaction due to aspirin or other arthritis medicines or certain drugs called sulfonamides. In rare cases, serious stomach problems such as bleeding can occur without warning. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems. Just one Celebrex gives 24-hour, all-day, all-night relief. Talk to your doctor about prescription Celebrex. Celebrex. Joint pain relief. No more, no less.
What I seek every single day is perfection. I want you to guess how many checks we process each day. Try more than 40 million, more than any other company in America. But what's truly impressive is the accuracy with which we take care of them. I'm Lance Drummond, I'm a banker, and I'm proud to be part of Bank of America. If you weren't a perfectionist, you couldn't do this job. One error in a million is simply unacceptable. So at Bank of America, we customize our own equipment. We engineer our own software, create our own quality control systems. To us, this is like an assembly line that is mission critical, meaning zero defects. This isn't about processing nearly 11 billion checks a year flawlessly. It's a matter of accurately handling one single check and then repeating it 11 billion times.
Bank of America, higher standards.
Dateline Friday, 8/7 Central. Mike, dangerously overweight, asked Al Roker about his extreme weight loss. Mike decided to try the same procedure. He didn't have the same luck. Now Al Roker looks at the risks of this extreme surgery and talks to Mike's widow about her tragic loss. Dateline Friday, 8/7 Central on NBC.
As we continue election coverage tonight, making your vote count, NBC Chip Reed joins me here in Democracy Plaza. He's also keeping track of the House and Senate for us. Chip, let's begin with voting problems.
That's right, Tom. We're keeping track of that NBC voter alert line. You can see it behind me, 1-866 My Vote 1. And it's been in operation now for about a week and a half, and we've received 136,000 calls. 89,000 of those calls have come from voters looking for their poll locations. That is vital. And 47,000 from people with complaints about voting. Now, most of those complaints have concerned registration, people who thought they registered, but apparently there's no record of it. Now, one interesting point, these electronic voting machines, a lot of experts thought they would be the big issue today. They thought there would be huge numbers of complaints. We've received very few. Tom?
Chip, you cover the Congress for us. What can we expect before the end of the night based on what we're hearing from the campaigns about the United States Senate, where the Republicans now have a very narrow advantage?
Well, the Democrats had been talking for a long time about the possibility of taking back the Senate. They have a very slim chance of doing that. Let's take a look at how the Senate breaks down right now. 51 Republicans, 48 Democrats, and 1 independent who tends to vote with the Democrats. So effectively, it's 51-49. Now, there are 9 key Senate races here. Most of them are neck and neck, and the Democrats would have to win at least 6, maybe 7 of those races to take back control of the Senate. And here are a few of the states where the Democrats hope to pick up a seat. NBC. Colorado, where former Democratic Attorney General Ken Salazar is running against beer magnate Pete Coors. Alaska, former Governor Tony Knowles faces incumbent Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski. And Kentucky, a bit of a surprise here, Democrat Don Monjardo has a small chance of knocking off Baseball Hall of Famer and Republican Senator Jim Bunning. But Republicans are also hoping to gain some seats. They want to increase their margin. They think they're going to. Their big target, of course, is Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle of South Dakota. He's being challenged by Republican John Thune. Republicans also hope to pick up a seat in Florida, where Mel Martinez is taking on Democrat Betty Castor. And they're hoping to win in North Carolina, where Republican Richard Burr faces former Bill Clinton Chief of Staff Erskine Bowles. Interestingly, that contest is for the seat of retiring Senator John Edwards, who, of course, is running for vice president. Now, the House of Representatives is more solidly Republican, 227 to 205 with one independent. Earlier, there had been a lot of talk from House Democrats that they might take back the House, but the Republicans are now widely expected to maintain control. Tom.
All right, thanks very much, Chip Reed. A lot of information there. We'll be checking back during the course of the evening. And when we come back, some of today's other news, including the latest on Iraq and caught on tape, an exceptional eruption.
So I put on this new Thermacare heat wrap for stiff, achy knees. It heated up, and it was all downhill from there. With less knee stiffness, less pain. Oh, yeah. Hey, look at my knee move. And the wrap can go anywhere I go, like a heating pad, without the cord. Nice. You know, I used to feel as creaky as my stairs, but look at me now. I'm not being brought to my knees. By my knees.
From the very beginning, Smart Balance buttery spreads have contained no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. Trans fat can raise LDL bad cholesterol and lower HDL good cholesterol, just the opposite of Smart Balance, which has the right balance of fats to help improve cholesterol. Smart Balance buttery spreads taste great without the cholesterol in butter or trans fat that's in margarine. It's that simple. Smart Balance buttery spreads. We have the right balance and the great taste.
I started with Walmart 18 years ago as an unloader and receiving.
I started in the baby department, and I am store manager today.
Walmart is a career. It's not just a job. Good quality of life, good educational opportunities for my children.
We never imagined that we would be doing what we're doing today. Now, our son John has started at Walmart.
He wants to be a pharmacist.
No one knows better than we do that he has a bright future. We truly are living the American dream. It's out there, and it's at Walmart.
Let's face it, there are a lot of bad drivers out there. You can't change their driving, but you can learn to avoid them. That's why at Liberty Mutual, we teach something called decision driving and offer the latest auto safety advice to keep the road safer and keep premiums down.
Liberty Mutual. It's more than insurance. It's insurance in action.
Looks like we've got some work to do.
Day after day, drop after drop, you test your blood if you have diabetes. But what if the information you're getting isn't right? If you don't code properly, your readings can be up to 43% off. 43%! And that's just a waste of all those little drops and all your efforts. So Bayer developed the Essentia Contour Meter. There's no coding needed, so you get the information you need from every single drop, every single day. The Essentia Contour from Bayer.
Tomorrow on Today, after the votes are counted, join Katie and Matt live from Democracy Plaza, the historic morning after, only on Today on NBC.
Iraq Watch tonight. Stepped up violence as American forces prepare for what is expected to be a full-scale assault on the rebel stronghold of Fallujah. Two car bombs exploded today in Baghdad and in Mosul, killing at least a dozen people. 8 of those deaths came in a busy Baghdad neighborhood when a car slammed into concrete barriers protecting the education ministry. Also today, a threat from kidnappers of aid worker Margaret Hassan. They say that they will turn her over to the al-Qaeda group run by terrorist Abu Musab al-Zarqawi within 48 hours if the British government does not meet their demand to pull its troops out of Iraq. On Wall Street today, the Dow was down almost 19 points on Election Day. NASDAQ, however, was up almost 5 points at the end of the day. And a volcano beneath Iceland's biggest glacier is erupting for the first time in 6 years. The pictures are very dramatic. Gas and thick black ash billowing into the cold air. It's believed the eruption was caused by an expansion of a lake that sits beneath the glacier. It happened in an unpopulated area, although it did set off tremors across the region. I'll be right back.
NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw, brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work.
$120.90.
I'll just put it on the credit card.
But those rates.
Don't worry. I'll just put it on our Capital One Prime Lock card.
Introducing the new Capital One Prime Lock card. It's set at Prime so you never have to worry about your interest rate again.
What's in your wallet?
I get headaches a lot. Some weeks it's like I get one every day. It was so frustrating. I used to take anything in reach. I knew some medicines cause stomach problems, but my stomach felt fine. And then I found out, even if you don't feel it, aspirin can be damaging to your stomach. So maybe there's some problems going on that you don't even feel. I'm not okay with that.
The pure pain relief of Tylenol works fast on your headaches and is safer on your stomach.
Remember that guy who used to be called Wild Thing? The guy who wanted to spend the entire honeymoon indoors? Remember the one who couldn't resist a little mischief? Yeah, that guy. He's back. Viagra. Not all medications are for everyone. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
Surviving cancer is still the biggest victory of my life. And I did it with the help of 3 Bristol-Myers Squibb medicines.
Today, Bristol-Myers Squibb researchers are fighting our most serious diseases. Their life-saving medicines have turned many cancer patients into cancer survivors. Medicines for AIDS, heart disease, and serious mental illness reflect their commitment to research and to extending and enhancing human life.
I'm living proof of that. Hope, triumph, and the miracle of medicine. Bristol-Myers Squibb Company.
So long, ordinary toothbrush. The Oral-B dental experts have created cleaning technology like nothing else on Earth. The new Oral-B Professional Care 8000. It pulsates and oscillates to loosen plaque and sweep it away. Teeth get twice as clean and dramatically whiter. Gums get stronger. Your whole mouth gets healthier. You'll never go back to an ordinary brush again. The new Oral-B Professional Care 8000. Brush like a dentist.
Everyone has a story, but not everyone lives in Jacksonville. That's why First Coast News has a Southern Bureau. So when there's a story to tell in St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, Green Cove Springs, Palatka, or anywhere in between, First Coast News is there.
We've talked a lot this year about the powerful effect and growing effect of the internet on the American political system. It's not just about information and the exchange of opinions, it's also about entertainment. NBC's Roger O'Neill tonight on the Jib Jab Nation.
Faster than a political promise.
I have a plan.
More powerful than a campaign ad.
I'm George W. Bush, and I approve this message.
Able to leap from office to office with, "You got mail." It's the internet, stupid, to twist a political phrase that helped change the dynamics of this election. Sometimes edgy.
Near the base of the spine.
Sometimes vulgar.
Better call my friends at Halliburton.
It even made us laugh.
We stay, rule the day, DC land.
But it was how marketing consultant Jodine Dorsey decided who to vote for.
When I do go on the internet, there is a higher trust factor than hearing it from someone else.
The internet became the politician's best friend and worst enemy.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House! Yeah!
Remember the scream that wouldn't end on email? But Howard Dean taught the Democrats how to turn the internet into cash, nearly matching for the first time Republican fundraising. The author of Politics Moves Online, Michael Kornfield, thinks The internet is the new town hall.
It's a meeting place where you can exchange views, ideas, jokes, data, and get together with people not just for discussion but for action.
You can only line the birdcage so often with the newspaper, and throwing the remote at the TV doesn't stop the political know-it-alls. But with this thing, you can take back some controls with a keystroke. And when all the jibs and jabs are heard,
this land belongs. This land belongs.
Just email.
This land belongs to you and me.
Roger O'Neill, NBC News, Atlanta.
Oh, and Dick Cheney, too.
That's nightly news for this Tuesday. The polls are about to close in 6 states. That means our Decision 2004 election coverage is about to begin. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back here in Democracy Plaza, election headquarters in New York for Decision 2004. I'm Tom Brokaw, NBC News. See you in a moment.
Wednesday on an Everyone has a story, but not everyone lives in Jacksonville. That's why First Coast News has a Southern Bureau. So when there's a story to tell in St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, Green Cove Springs, Palatka, or anywhere in between, First Coast News is there.
Wait! Stop! Hold everything! Don't make a mistake buying anywhere else. Atlantic Oriental Rugs has the absolute lowest prices in town. New shipment and new selections arriving daily. Redecorate an entire room in just one day. Atlantic Oriental Rugs has hand-knotted, hand-tuffed, and machine-made rugs, all shapes and sizes, with free delivery. Don't wait any longer to buy the rug you've always wanted. 70 to 80% off retail prices. Atlantic Oriental Rug, Jacksonville's Rug King. Phillips Highway, 2 blocks north of Bay Meadows Road.
First Coast News with Donna Hicken on NBC 12.
One of the most bitterly contested presidential campaigns in modern memory, representing stark differences in a future of this country, is now history, and the American people are back in charge, making their decisions. It's now 7 o'clock East Coast time. That means that 6 states representing 58 electoral votes have made their decision. The polls have closed in those states, and we have some results for you now in 4 of those states. No surprises. The state of Georgia, 15 electoral votes into George Bush's column, our projection. We project that the president wins Indiana and 11 electoral votes. In Kentucky, the president the winner of 8 electoral votes, according to our projection. And in the state of Vermont, it stays in the Democratic column, 3 electoral votes for John Kerry. 2 other states it's simply too early to call. We're going to show you the map now. This is how it's going to color in during the course of the evening. Red states for the president, blue states for John Kerry. A long way to 270 electoral votes needed to win, but that's where the map stands at this moment.
From NBC News. Decision 2004, Election Night. Live from our election headquarters on Democracy Plaza, here is Tom Brokaw.
We're back at Democracy Plaza at 30 Rockefeller Plaza in New York. We'll be here all evening long, and I'm joined once again by my colleague, the Washington Bureau Chief of NBC News, moderator of Meet the Press, and we've upgraded him this year. We've gotten rid of the old grease board. He's gone electronic on us. Tim, let's talk some more about what we have to see tonight before we can get a president reelected or a new president into the White House.
Tom, as we learned so well in 2000, it's the Electoral College. If George Bush wins every state he won in 2000, 2004, he'd have 278 electoral votes. John Kerry, if he won every state, Al Gore would have 260. The battleground states. What's at risk here? George Bush has to defend Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, and Ohio. John Kerry has to defend Iowa, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and New Mexico. Kerry has 53 electoral votes at risk. Bush has 56. If John Kerry can win Ohio, it would give him 280 electoral votes. What would George Bush have to do? George Bush would have to take Peel back and win Pennsylvania. If Kerry successfully defends Pennsylvania, then Bush's task is more difficult. He can't make up those votes with simply Wisconsin and New Mexico. He'd have to win Minnesota too. It comes back, Tom, over and over again to Florida and Ohio. Florida and Ohio. And if George Bush can defend Florida, Ohio, he looks like he can be reelected president of the United States. But these 9 states are at risk. In every way you try to work the math, it keeps coming back to those same 2 states.
And those campaigns are working those states hard, even tonight where the polls remain open in many of those battleground states. We want to go now, first of all, to the state of Florida, and NBC's John Siegenthaler is standing by there. John?
Well, Tom, we just heard from Florida Secretary of State Glenda Hood, and she expects this to be a long night. She is predicting a record turnout in Florida, and state election officials say there have been long lines across the state throughout the day. Some people waited up to 3 hours to vote in Tampa today. There have also been some problems at the polls as well. Some precincts didn't open on time. There were some isolated cases of what Secretary Hood called double voting, where people voted early and then came back to vote again today, which of course is a felony. There were a few technical problems as well with voting machines. For instance, in Broward County, 21 of their 5,200 voting machines simply didn't work today. Also, reports of voters standing in line tonight as well. We're told that everyone who's standing in line when the polls close will be allowed to vote. But overall, according to Secretary Hood, this has been a success story in Florida compared to 2000, Tom.
Thanks very much, NBC's John Siegenthaler. We want to go to Pennsylvania now, which was in the Gore column 4 years ago, 21 electoral votes. 1/3 of the state, however, is Roman Catholic, and the church has been quite tough on John Kerry. Rosalind Jordan is standing by there for us now. Rosalind, what's going on in Pennsylvania tonight?
Well, the big news tonight here in Pennsylvania, Tom, is that just about an hour ago, 6 o'clock Eastern Time, Federal District Judge William Yon, an appointee of the first President Bush back in 1991, has issued a temporary restraining order at the request of the Republican Party. The Republican Party went in late this morning and argued that the Philadelphia Board of Elections did not give the party a complete and accurate list of absentee voters, so that they were unable to challenge people at the polls today. The effect of this temporary restraining order is this, Tom. No one can count those ballots, tens of thousands of absentee ballots of Philadelphia residents, until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning at the earliest. That is when Judge Yon wants both the Republican Party and the Philadelphia Board of Elections to come back to court to try to figure out a solution that well could cut the margin of victory for one candidate or the other. Let's keep in mind that the registration of Democrats versus Republicans in Philadelphia is almost a 5-to-1 margin. This could affect who gets to be declared the winner of Pennsylvania's 21 electoral votes tonight. Tom, back to you.
Thanks very much, NBC's Rosalind Jordan tonight. So we have our first significant hitch tonight in the voting. Until 9:30 tomorrow morning, absentee ballots in the Philadelphia area may not be counted. A federal judge will make a decision at that time. There's now a temporary restraining order in effect. Let's go to Ohio now, and NBC's Ann Thompson, and there's been a legal tug-of-war going on there all day as well, Annie.
There certainly has been, Tom, and much of it focused on those controversial challengers, the representatives from the Democratic and Republican parties that under Ohio state law could go to the polls and question a voter's eligibility. In the middle of the night, after 2 federal judges had said they barred those challengers, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals said those challengers would be allowed, and they were at the polling places today, but quite frankly, they really didn't play much of a role today. We understand from a variety of polling places that the challengers in most cases were just observers, only in a few cases asking questions about a voter's status. Voting here in Ohio so far has gone quite well. There have been some typical glitches here in Franklin County, where Columbus is located. The biggest problem this morning was booting up the voting machines, but they got that settled. The biggest problem, quite frankly, has been the long lines. I talked to one person who had to wait 2.5 hours to vote today. The polls are slated to close in another 25 minutes at 7:30 here in Ohio, and election officials say everyone who is in line at that time will get to vote, and that may be the true test of the voting process here in Ohio. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Ann Thompson tonight. In Ohio, We have some more results for you and an update now. We're told that South Carolina is still too early to make a call there, and Virginia too close to make a call in that traditionally Republican state when it comes to presidential elections. We can make a call, however, in the state of Georgia for the United States Senate. This represents a pickup for the Republicans. Johnny Isakson is our projected winner based on our best estimate of exit polling and what we're seeing in terms of the vote out of Georgia. That's a pickup for the Republicans because he'll replace the retiring Zell Miller, who is officially a Democrat, although gave the keynote address, obviously, at the Republican National Convention this year, and it was a memorable one indeed. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, in a moment.
We're self-made too. One small business at a time is how we've grown. That's why we're incredibly proud of the fact that more small businesses in America bank with us than any other bank. In fact, 1 in 4 small businesses in California have chosen Bank of America. 1 in 5 in the Northwest, 1 in 5 in the Southwest, and 1 in 4 in Florida. More small businesses in more places bank with us than any other bank, over 2 million. To us, that's thrilling. Do you know what it means to be able to say that to a small business owner who wants to know that we understand their business? I'm Lori Chevy. I'm a banker, and I'm proud to be part of Bank of America. We know every single small business is unique, so we build the teams, customize the solutions, and offer the most sophisticated tools, advice, and service there is. Small business owners put it on the line every day, and every day, we're proud to be in their corner.
Bank of America. Higher standards.
Wednesday on an all-new West Wing, a season of change continues. In the wake of tragedy, power is shifting. But who will take Leo's place?
We're talking about the virtual co-president.
Then a Law & Order ripped from the headlines. A ferry crash with a murderous twist. All-new West Wing and Law & Order, NBC Wednesday.
Senator John Kerry will be watching these election returns from his hometown of Boston, Massachusetts tonight, and I'm joined from there now by Mike McCurry, who, of course, was the presidential press secretary for Bill Clinton, joined the campaign of John Kerry this fall, and by all accounts, helped very much in improving the communication between the campaign and not just the press, but the American people as well. Mike, you're a veteran of all of this, and you're a straight shooter. Tell us, as you look at the electoral map tonight, what groups of voters concern you the most?
Well, look, a lot of hard work still to be done tonight. We've got a lot of votes still to deliver. I would say that across the country, particularly Hispanic voters, African-American voters, those people who have been very thoughtful about how they want to vote and very responsive to Senator Kerry's message, we're trying to reach them. By the way, Tom, you know, Senator Kerry's still out campaigning. He's sitting in a chair and doing satellite interviews to Nevada and New Mexico and places like that. So campaign's still dead on for us.
We have been saying that Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania really are the keys to this race. Any disagreement with that?
No disagreement, and we're feeling real good about those three.
Once your candidate, John Kerry, takes off his microphone and takes the IFB out of his ear, how does he spend the rest of the evening, Mike?
Well, he's obviously thinking about what he wants to say to the country. He's made a very strong case for change, and if the country embraces that case for change, the kinds of things we need to do to grow our economy, save Social Security, expand health care, all those things the senator has talked about, then I think he's going to want to address that tonight. He also, Tom, understands this is a deeply divided country after a long, hard-fought campaign, and I think he'll want to say those things necessary to help whatever the outcome to bring the country together.
All right, thanks very much. Mike McCurry of the John Kerry campaign, a veteran of Democratic presidential campaign wars. And we want to remind you that coming up in our next half hour is former mayor of the city of New York, Rudy Giuliani, who will be speaking up on behalf of the president's campaign. But let's go now to our Decision Central, what we call Decision 2004 Tracking Center, NBC's Brian Williams. Brian, what do you have for us?
Well, Tom, here tonight, early on, we're taking a close look at the major issues in this race, including the economy. That's normally been key to determining whether or not voters put an incumbent president back in office. The overall economic picture has been mixed for President Bush. Our NBC exit poll asked voters how well they thought the nation's economy was doing these days. Just over half of them think economic conditions are not good. Less than that, 45% think conditions are good. Now compare that to 2000, when 8 in 10 voters, more than that really, were positive about what was then just the post-Clinton economy. But the economy is the dominant issue this time. When voters were asked what issue was most critical, casting their votes throughout this day, there were 4 issues they mentioned most often by nearly the same numbers. The economy, moral values notably, terrorism, and Iraq. That moral value issue proved to be a monster issue for President George W. Bush. When we break out the vote of those who said moral values mattered most to them when voting, the president won that vote by a 4-1 margin, 81% to 18%. We'll keep looking at the numbers here. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Brian Williams. We're going to bring you up to date on our map right now. We have just had a half dozen polls closed in a half dozen states. No surprises, really. John Kerry with the 3 electoral votes out of the 270 that he needs, and George Bush with 34. Those are the states in red for the president, blue for John Kerry up in the state of Vermont. That's Georgia, as you can see, Indiana, no surprises there, in the state of Kentucky. Chip Reed, who is keeping track of all of the voting problems and the techniques for voting, for that matter, down in our voting central. Chip, what do you have for us?
All right, Tom. Well, there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of reported problems, most of them relatively minor. I think the reason there have been so many is because there are so many people watching, tens of thousands of people out there monitoring what's going on out there. Let me give you a few examples. In Milwaukee, this is probably the most serious from a criminal point of view. Somebody actually slashed the tires on about 30 vans at a Republican headquarters there. Those were vans that were going to be used to take people out to vote. That's being investigated by the police. The Democrats say they've also had some vandalism committed against them. Obviously, tempers are flaring in Milwaukee. In Detroit today, Wayne County, there were huge lines at one voting place because the power went out and they were actually voting in the dark there. There have been some polls extended beyond the normal closing time. A couple of counties in Georgia, a county in West Virginia, Pennsylvania. And as for the machines, I tell you, Tom, a lot of people thought the big story today was going to be electronic voting machines. It is not. There have been very few problems with voting machines so far that we know of. Let me give you an example. Down here in Florida, Volusia County, Palm Beach County had reported that they had lost about 37 votes when a machine went out because they had plugged it in improperly. It lost power. But now Teresa Lepore, the election supervisor down there, who of course was at the center of all of the mess back in 2000, says they will count those votes. Tom?
Thanks, Chip Reed. We've got a voter hotline as well, and Natalie Morales is manning that for us tonight, or I should say she's womaning it for us. Natalie?
That's right. Good evening to you, Tom, from the National Constitution Center here in Philadelphia. And what we can tell you to date, since the system has been up and running since October 23rd, there have been some 46,700 or so phone calls into the system with people who actually had recorded complaints regarding either registration issues, polling location issues, or absentee ballot issues. In fact, we are seeing in the key battleground states, Florida, of course, the issue there, 8,000 calls there, 18% of the recorded calls of voter problems, 50% regarding absentee ballots in Palm Beach and Broward counties, 25% having to do with registration problems. And we can also tell you Pennsylvania, another key battleground state, some 5,100 calls logged there. That's about 11% of the recorded complaints, and 58% of those having to do with registration issues. Finally, as we move from the East Coast, as the East Coast polling centers start to close down, we move out west. California is now the 4th state with the highest call volume, some 3,900 calls, or 8% of the recorded complaints, 52% also having to do, yet again, with registration problems, 12% with absentee ballot issues. So those are the trends we're seeing from here right now, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Natalie Morales. We'll be checking back with you during the course of the evening. And, of course, the most popular feature that we'll have here all night long, the key to this evening, is this map as it fills in. 270 electoral votes needed to win. The president in red, John Kerry in blue. We not only have it electronically, but we have other ways of demonstrating it as well. That's the famous Rockefeller Center ice rink. And we'll be filling in the states as they come in. One of our producers said it takes 3 people to put Texas in place. And we'll also be shooting some columns up on 30 Rockefeller Plaza here in New York, as the era of excitement has been going on for some time. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, in a moment.
Let's face it, there are a lot of bad drivers out there. You can't change their driving, but you can learn to avoid them. That's why at Liberty Mutual, we teach something called decision driving and offer the latest auto safety advice to keep the road safer and keep premiums down.
Liberty Mutual. It's more than insurance. It's insurance in action.
Looks like we've got some work to do.
A different generation needs a different kind of denture adhesive. C-Bond is a thin wafer made from soft microfibers for comfort and 3 adhesives for all-day hold. No ooze or pasty mess. And a kind of hold and comfort you have to feel to believe.
Just ain't the way they used to be, no.
C-Bond, a different generation. Dentures dingy? Get a bright, white smile with C-Bond Brightening Gel.
Yeah, I'll call you from the car.
About 10 years ago, dial Laura.
Technology to go. Chevy Trailblazer. An American Revolution.
You're watching NBC News Decision 2004, live from Democracy Plaza, where information counts. From the most unique setting, with the best coverage and experts of the closest presidential race in our history. Decision 2004 on NBC News, dedicated to making your vote count.
We're back. We're coming up now on 7:20 here on the East Coast. In about 40 minutes, we'll have a raft of states that will have their polls closed. About half the electoral votes will be available to us at that time. We'll have a much better sense of where this country stands, we think. Although because of the mass of voters that we're seeing this year and the changes historically and how they're voting, we may not be able to bring you, as we have in the past, as swiftly as we have, because after 4 years ago, the watchword for us tonight is going to be patience. We're going to take our time and get it right and tell you then. And we've been encouraged by the forbearance of the American people in all of this as well, Tim. Tim, we've been talking about what we're learning from the voters as they leave the polling places today. What about the role of Iraq in this election?
Tom, amongst Democrats, it has been the uniting force. It has galvanized that electorate. You know, I was thinking today all day about this election. What if there was no war in Iraq? What if George Bush was simply judged on Afghanistan and the economy and his economic plan, environmental plan? How would the Democrats have responded? The interesting thing is, John Kerry's probably best debate and the president's worst was on foreign policy, the first one, focused largely on Iraq. A year, when the president went into Iraq, he in effect said, I'm betting my presidency on the successful outcome of that war. Tonight, we'll find out if he wins that bet.
And it cannot be overstated the importance of those debates, especially for John Kerry, who got into the playoffs and re-energized the Democratic base. And it was the Republicans who wanted foreign policy in the first debate because it was originally scheduled to be in the third debate.
Prior to that time, Tom, John Kerry had not engaged on the issue of Iraq. It wasn't testing well in some of the focus groups, quote unquote. But now people believe there's a clear difference between John Kerry and George Bush on the war in Iraq.
All right, 2 quick Senate races for you tonight. No surprises here. In the state of Indiana, Evan Bayh, a very promising young Democrat, our projected winner in that state by a considerable margin, former governor of Indiana, and Pat Leahy, who had an exchange on the floor of the United States Senate with Vice President Cheney, going back an old warhorse Democrat from the state of Vermont. We'll show you the map as I tell you that we'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza. Decision 2004 in a moment.
This This is a First Coast News Election 2004 special report.
Well, from the First Coast News studios, good evening, everyone. I'm Alan Janae.
And I'm Donna Hick, and the polls around here are closed, although some are still waiting to vote. Now we wait and see. Many Floridians in the Panhandle still have time to cast their votes. They're an hour behind, so they have less than 40 minutes to make a difference in this election. Folks waiting downtown were surrounded by loud voices of Kerry and Bush supporters this afternoon. Up until the very last minute, votes were being cast in Duval County. And again, there were still about 200 people in line at the Supervisor of Elections office when the polls close. Those people in line by the 7 o'clock deadline will be allowed to vote. So it may be a while, maybe a couple of hours yet before all those votes are cast.
I just got off work and I quickly did a few of my chores and drove around the block a few times and walked up, and then, you know, they said, this is the end of the line. You're the last person.
Vote was cast. Had cast a ballot. Had vote by either early voting or by absentee.
Well, some big changes this year, long after your vote is cast. And First Coast News anchor Mark Spain is live tonight at the election warehouse. He's on the west side there, and that's where all the votes will be coming in. And Mark, the big change, of course, this year is there's a lot of tighter security to go along with everything else that's changed.
That's right. There is tighter security here. And yes, some of the votes have started to trickle in. About 2% of the votes are starting to come in. This is from some of the early voting that took place. Those votes being tabulated even as we speak. The 2004 election in Duval County will come officially to an end right here inside this warehouse. Now, behind me, you see an army of folks who will be carting in some of those precious ballots. In another area here, the election results will begin popping up on a screen. So any observers here can see how various races are going. Now, and to ensure the safety of votes and the people here, as you were talking about, yes, a dozen officers are around this building. We are awaiting the results of the county's 285 precincts, but with all the long lines that you've been talking about, it could be a while before some of those votes are tabulated inside this building. And about 70 firefighters are also here lending their hands, their muscle to getting some of the votes inside this warehouse. But yes, this is where this election here in Duval County will officially come to an end sometime tonight. With all the long lines, there's any guess as to when all of that might come to a conclusion. Reporting live from the west side, Mark Spain. Let's go back to you.
Mark, thanks very much.
Sure.
Well, in St. Johns County, nearly 1,900 voters cast their ballots before today. And like most places on the First Coast, voter turnout is expected to be much higher than usual. First Coast News Southern Bureau reporter Maria Satiris is with us now. And Maria, most people would say the sheriff's race there was essentially called in the primary, so they're not expecting the results to take too long to come in.
That's right, Donna. I'm actually at what's being called the Shore celebration, and that's because Police Chief David Shore had more than 70% of the votes during the primary when he ran against Glenn Lisey. So joining me now is the man of the hour, David Shore. Congratulations, I guess. It's early to say, but I can't assume that you're nervous at this point.
Well, we feel very confident. I mean, our opponent doesn't have his name on the ballot, so we feel pretty confident we'll prevail, but we're not taking anything for granted, of course. I mean, it's up to the voters.
And day one, assuming that everything goes the way it's expected to go, what do you do in office?
Well, you know, we've got to do some assessments, some organizational assessments to find out exactly where we're at, where we need to go. But I tell you, Sheriff Perry has built a wonderful organization at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
Very, very good. Thank you so much, and good luck. Enjoy your party. Sorry to take you away from it. It has been quite an exciting evening here for David Shore. Again, he ran against Ron Stafford, who was a write-in candidate. And because it was a write-in, historically speaking, they don't do as well. But again, Shore won with more than 70% of the votes. Also, just to mention, Sheriff Rutherford is here also taking part in this celebration here in St. Johns County. We're live in St. Johns County. Maria Satiris, First Coast News.
All right, Maria, thanks very much.
All right, these just in right now. The Associated Press is now projecting that Georgia voters approved a constitutional ban on gay marriages this evening. That amendment is expected to pass now by huge margins among every demographic group. An exit poll conducted by the Associated Press indicates the ban will be adopted by about a 3-to-1 margin. Also in Georgia this evening, voters have elected Republican Representative Johnny Isakson to the U.S. Senate seat being vacated by Democrat Zell Miller. With Isakson's win, this marks the first time in history that both Both of Georgia's U.S. senators are Republicans. The 59-year-old Isaacson, a three-term congressman, veteran state lawmaker, and former gubernatorial and Senate candidate, has been the frontrunner for months in that race to replace Miller. He defeated one-term Representative Denise Majette there, who is seeking to become the state's first black senator and the first woman elected to the Senate from Georgia. All right, let's go to Nassau County now. All eyes there on the sheriff's race. Longtime Sheriff Ray Geiger is retiring, and there is quite a fight to find a replacement. First Coast News reporter Roger Weeder is live at the Supervisor of Elections office tonight in Yulee. Roger.
Ellen, the results are rolling in here quickly in Nassau County. One of three precincts have reported, and the sheriff's race, as you mentioned, Tommy Seagraves is winning quite handily at this point with about 72% of the vote. Now, some other quick numbers here. President Bush has so far gathered 72% of the vote here in Nassau County. Back to you.
All right, Roger, thanks very much.
And stay with First Coast News for continuing coverage of Election 2004 throughout the night. You can also get updates by going on to firstcoastnews.com. See you back here for another update about 10 before the hour.
And I'm Phil Amato. Here are your top stories this morning. Seems gas prices across the First Coast.
We know what your mornings are like.
For the holidays.
In health news.
That's why we help make your mornings run more smoothly.
The clouds should start moving in around midday, and that means you have a good chance for an afternoon shower.
How about some salsa on those eggs?
Start your day with a good morning.
Open the route, and don't forget the tip of the week. Buckle up.
I'm live on the scene of a developing story. Stay with First Coast News.
Good morning, Johnsonville.
We got to be at the Johnsons in 5 minutes.
You know, teamwork means everything to us, and that isn't just sharing the burden of getting the news done. It means being honest and open with one another, even blunt sometimes, to make sure we get things right.
First Coast News, your news leader.
Hi, I'm Jared for Subway Restaurants. A lot of people are trying to eat right these days, so they think, I'll get the chicken at McDonald's. But the 5-piece chicken selects at McDonald's has 32 grams of fat. If you want to eat right, come to a Subway restaurant. A foot-long savory turkey breast sub has 9 grams of fat. I made my choice. Make yours.
Right now, when you visit Subway restaurants after 5 p.m., you can get any 2 regular foot-long subs for only $7.99, or get the same deal all day Sunday.
Subway. Choose well.
Go ahead. Oh, I insist. Thank you, that's so sweet.
Let's get into them. It's sweet caramel combos down at IHOP.
Get sweet with sweet caramel combos. Starting at $4.99, it's one sweet deal. IHOP. Come hungry, leave happy.
From NBC News. Decision 2004, Election Night. Live from our election headquarters on Democracy Plaza, here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening once again. Polls now are closing in 3 more states. We have a collective total of 98 electoral votes in states in which the polls have closed, but we're not able to make a projection in many of those states because it's too early or simply too close to call. States of Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia now have closed their polls. Ohio, of course, is the big state. The Buckeye State is in the eye of this political storm. It's traditional Republican territory. No Republican has ever been elected president without winning Ohio. It is, of course, home to the Taft family, one of the first families of the Republican Party. All those states either too close to call or it's too early to make a call. We can also say that Virginia, and this is kind of a surprise, the polls have been closed there now for a half an hour. Virginia still too close to call based on the voting patterns that we're seeing as a result of our analysis of what people said as they left the polls today and the vote that's being counted. And South Carolina, too early to call. So Tim Russert, one more indication that this is a scrambled night and it could be a long one.
Ohio, we fully expected, Tom, but North Carolina and Virginia, the Republicans have won those the last 3 presidential races. That should be George Bush country. John Edwards is a native of North Carolina. Perhaps he's helping the ticket there. And Virginia has had some changing population, particularly in the northern part. But it only underscores how close this race is, that John Kerry is competitive at North Carolina and Virginia at this hour.
North Carolina and South Carolina, both still too early to make a call there. Well, we're joined now by one of the most effective advocates that the president has had during the course of this long campaign, the former mayor of the city of New York, Rudolph Giuliani. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, Mr.
It's
Mayor.
a pleasure to be with you, and particularly tonight. Congratulations, Tom.
Well, thank you. Look, at the end of this evening, whoever wins, as you know from traveling the country, we've got a pretty deeply divided American electorate. Is that the first priority for whoever the winner is tonight?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's not going to be as difficult as it seems. The American people come together, and they want that. I mean, and if the president wins re-election, as I hope and pray he does, his job is going to be to reach out to Democrats, put them in the cabinet. Same thing would happen if John Kerry were to win. You know, kind of like the way John Kennedy did it. Bill Clinton did that when he got reelected, and President Bush did it. You got to reach out to the other side immediately.
Would you like to take a prominent part in a second Bush administration?
No, I'm happy where I am. I'm happy in private life, in my security business, security consulting with the former police commissioner. I'm not looking for a job.
I know you're not looking for a job, but your horizons have been expanded here in the last 9 months. You've not just been the mayor of New York City, but you're a national figure wherever you go to great acclaim. It's not only tempting to you, I would think, but it would be very important to the president to have you at his side.
Well, that's something you discuss with the president. That isn't really my goal or desire. My whole interest in this election is my personal commitment to George Bush for the things he did for me on 9/11 and the days after that, and for my city.
As you go across the country, do you think that the rest of America, especially in the middle of the country, that they have the same sense of urgency about terrorism that people here in New York and the Eastern Seaboard do?
I do. Yeah, I think that even when you look at these polls, you see that terrorism is a major, major issue. Now, what people want to do about it and how they want to deal with it may differ, but I think this is a very, very important issue for us. We were attacked in a way we've never been attacked before. It's had a profound impact on us.
And then after you get past terrorism and Iraq, what are the issues that people most want to talk to you about?
It's the economy. I mean, you know, jobs. What's happening? Is the recovery a solid one? Is it going to continue? Those are the major issues. And then you get some individual issues in a few states, but those are the key ones.
Mayor Rudy Giuliani, thanks much for coming by.
Congratulations, Tom.
Oh, thanks very much. I'll try to get through the evening and not follow it up before the end of the night.
I think you have a little experience.
All right. Now, this is what you call the full political spectrum of America. We're going to go from Rudy Giuliani here in New York to Boston and Senator Edward M. Kennedy.
Good evening.
That's the full political arc. Senator, at the end of this election night, whoever wins, the country seems to be bitterly divided on so many of these issues. The mayor was just saying it's the highest priority of whoever the winner is tonight to put the country back together again. Do you agree with that?
Well, I do. We're very hopeful about John Kerry this evening. We know that there's scores of millions of Americans who haven't voted yet, and John Kerry has urged every American to vote. There's been an extraordinary turnout, particularly about the young people, but we're very, very happy with the way this whole campaign is going. I think John Kerry is uniquely situated to bring the country together because he has been in the United States Senate for a long period of time, and he knows how to bring coalitions together. He knows how to bring different groups together, different factions together, and I think that's going to be enormously important. But we're very hopeful tonight in Boston. We've had the Super Bowl champions with the New England Patriots, the World Series champions with the Red Sox. Now we think we've got the third champion with John Kerry. I think it's going very well for John. I think he understands that it'll be a challenge to bringing the country together.
No one has been more outspoken against the war in Iraq in the United States Senate than you have, but John Kerry says that we have to stay the course. He's committed to the idea of having elections there. He's even talking about getting 40,000 more American troops in the U.S. military. Do you agree with him on all of those points?
I certainly agree with John that we've had blunder after blunder after blunder. We didn't have the number of troops to go into Iraq that we should have had. We should never have disarmed the Iraqi military. We should have had more protections and better trained people at Abu Ghraib. We shouldn't have single source contracts for Halliburton. We shouldn't have left the ammunitions unguarded. We spent $1 billion. We've had 1,000 men who've been searching for the weapons of mass destruction, which are not there, instead of guarding the ammunition dumps. So that we've had blunder after blunder and no accountability. John Kerry has spoken of that. But that was yesterday. We're talking about tomorrow. We're talking now about a John Kerry win where he has a fresh start to try and bring together the kinds of forces in that part of the world that can see the return of American forces with honor, and Iraq at least put on some kind of stable course. I think John Kerry clearly has the capability, the experience, and the tough-mindedness. I think Americans have found out just how tough John Kerry is over the period this last year. He's taken about $200 million worth of negative ads, and I believe coming out on top. And I think people respect him. That's why I think people have turned out so much today.
Senator Kennedy, one final question. Your late brother, President John F. Kennedy, was elected by a very narrow margin, and he never treated that as a mandate in the 1,000 days that he was president. If John Kerry wins by a narrow margin, which he could very well, does he have to be cautious in his first term?
Well, I think the real challenge for the next president is really bringing this country together. I can just say from my own understanding of the United States Senate, Republicans and Democrats want to try and deal with the challenges that we're facing. I think John Kerry, as I mentioned, has the unique capability, having been in the Congress, to try and bring not only now the executive and the Congress together to deal with the challenges that we're facing from foreign policy and particularly in the economy. We've had Democratic leaders, John Kennedy in the early 60s, Bill Clinton in the 90s, now John Kerry, to try and restore our economy, which means jobs, health care, education, and the environmental issues. This is what John Kerry has campaigned on. I think people are turning out because they want a new direction, new leadership, and I believe he's going to get provided for them.
Senator Kennedy, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Senator Kennedy's name, of course, came up in the course of the presidential debates. At one point, President Bush was trying to say that John Kerry was more liberal than even Senator Kennedy, although he called him Senator Kennedy on stage. Let's go to the White House now on NBC's David Gregory for an update on the president and Mrs. Bush. Are going to watch the returns there, David.
Yes, I'm told, Tom, by a top aide that the president's not quite glued to the television just yet, but he's certainly paying a lot of attention to all of this. He is there with close friends and family members, his daughters, the former president and First Lady Barbara and George Bush there with him as well. And there is a separate war room set up here at the White House in the Roosevelt Room where they are monitoring returns, including his top strategist, Karl Rove. The president has been in touch with his top strategists as well, and they have been talking to key people in the battleground states. You talk about Jeb Bush, the governor down in Florida. We all remember back in 2000, he was in the room with the president. Well, he's back in Tallahassee tonight, keeping a very close eye at this hour on the ground game. The big focus in Florida, as in Ohio, keeping in touch with the volunteers, driving out that vote, getting their supporters out to the polls. A lot of surrogates doing talk radio as well. And strategists like campaign manager Ken Millman starting to look at the models now in those states to see how the president is performing in his strong areas, how Kerry's performing in his areas as well. Taking a look at those margins to gauge how the states are going to go. They believe that both Florida and Ohio are extremely tight. Tom.
Okay, let's get an update now on what the Kerry campaign feels at this point. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell joins us from Boston. Kelly?
Good evening, Tom. As of a few minutes ago, one of the top aides to Senator Kerry used the phrase, the candidate is still in the chair. And that is a phrase they use to mean he is still doing satellite TV interviews, at least 40 so far. And when the senator went to vote this afternoon, he did that coming direct from the airport, went over to vote at the State House. He was the number 667th ballot cast at Ward 5, Precinct 3. He had planned to go home, but instead they decided to have these satellite interviews to all sorts of states they consider are important. They are matching where he is talking to local news stations to the places that their own ground game suggests they might need a little help. So at this point, that is something that he is still doing. He had hoped to go home by now to his residence in Boston, but he is still at what is a working office for the Kerry campaign at a hotel here in Boston. Also, senior aides say former President Clinton has done 150 radio interviews on behalf of John Kerry today, and Senator Edwards has also been working the phones. There was even some talk of delaying his departure from Florida to Boston to give him more time to do that, in part not only to try to help the ticket, but also to fill his own seat. You know, the senator's seat is up for election, and Erskine Bowles, a former Clinton aide, is running in North Carolina against Richard Burr, and they were trying to help on that count as well. So late in the day today, the Kerry strategy is about continuing to talk about this race, whether it's radio or satellite TV interviews. They're going to continue to do that until the polls close, time zone by time zone, until they feel confident that everything has been said. Tom?
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell, who's a child of Cuyahoga County, and we have some results in now from Ohio. No surprise here in the United States Senate, a Republican going back, George Voinovich, a Republican senator from Ohio, who kept his distance from President Bush in the early stages of his campaign in Ohio, when the economy was, I think it's fair to say, tanking in Ohio. They lost 250,000 jobs there. To tell you the difference between now and then, when Harry Truman was running against Tom Dewey in 1948, he went back to Missouri and went to bed, and he was awakened by a Secret Service agent who said, "Boss, we've won." Now the candidates are working the phones and the satellite interviews right up to the 11th and 12th hour. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.
Dude, Singular's got this great deal. 1,000 nationwide anytime minutes plus rollover for only $39.99.
Wow.
But you gotta hurry.
I'm on it.
Get Singular's best value ever. 1,000 nationwide anytime minutes with rollover for just $39.99. And get this new Motorola camera phone.
I call it my get it while you can plan.
Our best value ever. Singular, raising the bar.
Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
You know that summer home you've always dreamed of building here?
Yeah. What about it?
Well, I've been thinking. If we juggle some things in the portfolio, I think we could make that happen a little sooner than we thought.
Oh, wow. That would be great. Hon, what do you think?
Sweet. When you work with a Morgan Stanley financial advisor, you get someone unusually devoted to your dreams, one client at a time.
Whether it happens on the other side of the globe or right next door, turn to the nation's most trusted news source, America's Watching, MSNBC.
Thursday on The Apprentice, hold on to your hat. Stacy is back. Can you feel the love?
To me, you're a liar.
All new Apprentice, NBC Thursday.
We're back in Democracy Plaza here on Decision 2004. We want to remind you that coming up in about 15 minutes, the polls will close in states representing 171 electoral votes. And given the states that have already closed, will then be within about one vote of the 270 needed to be elected president of the United States. Obviously, neither candidate is going to get all of those states, but we are getting now to the important part of the evening. And we want to tell you about how we're making our decisions this year, how we're collecting the votes and the information on which we make those decisions. And I'm joined now by Lester Holt, my colleague of NBC News and MSNBC. Lester, tell us all about it.
Tom, good evening. Behind me is the NBC News decision desk. They're working right now, crunching the numbers and making our projections. A lot has changed since this operation in the last 4 years. One thing that has changed, I'll be here keeping you updated on their work and any issues they encounter. A projection is simply this, our best estimate of how a race will end up when all the votes are in. To make projections, our decision desk works with several sources of information. First, information gathered from tens of thousands of voters as they exit polling places, along with extensive telephone polls of early and absentee voters that will be factored into another source of information, the results of statistical models of sample precincts and counties around the country. And finally, a detailed analysis of the actual raw vote count as it comes in from the Associated Press. Our decision desk will not project a winner in a state before the last scheduled closing time for polls in that state. The decision desk may also declare that a race is too close to call. That means the margin between the candidates is too narrow to identify a winner at that particular time. That's it from here right now. Tom, let's send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Lester Holt. And based on everything that you just heard, we're now able to project a winner of the 5 electoral votes in the state of West Virginia. It stays in the Republican column for a second cycle in a row. NBC News projects that George Bush will win West Virginia. The Bush campaign team is counting on West Virginia and its culture bleeding across, if you will, the line into Ohio. They think that the culture is the same across there, and they're hoping that by doing well in West Virginia, they'll do well in southwest and southeast Ohio, and that will offset northern Ohio. Ohio, the polls have closed. The vote still is outstanding at this time. So that's where the map stands at this hour. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, in a moment.
Elevate their performance on the biggest stages with the highest stakes. They're able to summon something extra and by sheer will produce wonders. As a global energy leader, expect big things from ConocoPhillips and watch our performance elevate.
What I seek every single day is perfection. I want you to guess how many checks we process each day. Try more than 40 million, more than any other company in America. But what's truly impressive is the accuracy with which we take care of them. I'm Lance Drummond, I'm a banker, and I'm proud to be part of Bank of America. If you weren't a perfectionist, you couldn't do this job. One error in a million is simply unacceptable. So at Bank of America, we customize our own equipment. We engineer our own software, create our own quality control systems. To us, this is like an assembly line that is mission critical, meaning 0 defects. This isn't about processing nearly 11 billion checks a year flawlessly. It's a matter of accurately handling one single check and then repeating it 11 billion times.
Bank of America, higher standards. Dateline Friday, 8/7 Central. Mike, dangerously overweight, asked Al Roker about his extreme weight loss. Mike decided to try the same procedure. He didn't have the same luck. Now Al Roker looks at the risks of this extreme surgery and talks to Mike's widow about her tragic loss. Dateline Friday, 8/7 Central on NBC.
So far, no major surprises tonight. The goal, of course, 270 electoral votes. There may be some hints in the exit polling. That's what voters had to say to people that talked to them on the way out about why they voted the way that they did. And we want to go down to our tracking center, Decision 2004. NBC's Brian Williams is keeping track of all of that for us. Brian, what do you have for us?
Well, that's right, Tom. And let's look at one of the big prizes of the evening, Ohio. As we've been talking about, there are about 800,000 newly registered voters in Ohio out of nearly 8 million voters in the whole state. Our NBC News exit poll is providing some valuable information about how those new voters are affecting the race. And a lot of people have been speculating about this. First-time voters made up a larger share of those who cast ballots for president in Ohio than they did across the country. They were 13%, or so we believe, in Ohio. And those first-time voters in Ohio, well, they went for John Kerry by a fairly significant margin, 56% to 44%. Who are these first-time Ohio voters? 7 in 10 are under 30 years of age. In terms of party, they are as likely to be Republicans as Democrats. 4 years ago in his race against Al Gore, George W. Bush ran slightly better with Ohio voters who were under 30 than he did with older voters, age 60 and older. This year, it's a totally different story. Kerry is capturing the under 30 vote in Ohio by 58% to 41%, making them the strongest single age group for John Kerry. The president's best age group, Ohioans 60 and older. They're backing the president by a margin of 56 to 44. One other place where young voters may be helping John Kerry tonight, we've talked about this as well, North Carolina, where the president won big in 2000. It is still close tonight. Part of the reason, 1 in 7 voters there today under the age of 30. John Kerry, of that vote, is getting 60%. Tom, back to you.
Thanks very much, Brian Williams. And of course, you have to point out that in North Carolina, they've got a native son. Well, not a native son entirely, but a man who's made most of his life there. John Edwards, retiring from the United States Senate, betting his public career on first being a presidential candidate and then getting the number 2 slot for John Kerry. That would obviously be a big upset if the Kerry Edwards ticket were to take North Carolina. But it looks, Tim, at this stage, like it's back to what we were talking about before. 4 years ago was Florida, Florida, Florida. This year, it's Florida, 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 Ohio, Ohio, Ohio.
Amen. It's there, Tom. Those are the 2 key states, and both campaigns understood it from day one. Each candidate going there more than 25 times. And Tom, the other interesting thing to look at is George Bush believed that he could deliver his base. 90% of Republicans voting for George Bush. The question we're going to see tonight answered is, could he expand his base or bring in those new voters to include them in the fold? He also governed from his base, a very kind of conservative philosophy that didn't reach out to a lot of swing independent voters on some key issues. We're going to find out tonight whether or not that was a successful strategy or not, both from policy and political purposes.
Tim, we want to tell everyone that when we come back here at 8 o'clock tonight Eastern Time, this is the map that you'll be seeing. These are the states that will have their polls closed And as you can see, these are critical states in making a decision tonight, all the way from Alabama down to Oklahoma and New Jersey and Missouri and Mississippi. Back.
This is a First Coast News Election 2004 special report.
From the First Coast News Studios, I'm Donna Hicken. Thanks for joining us. We have results to report out of Georgia tonight. Voters overwhelmingly approving the proposed state constitutional amendment banning same-sex marriage. Georgians have also elected Republican Representative Johnny Isakson to the U.S. Senate seat, being vacated by Democrat Zell Miller. That is, of course, a net of one seat for the Republicans in the Senate. Isakson defeated Alan Buckley and one-term Democratic Representative Denise Majette for that post. Now, the Democrats and Republicans alike are watching all these races, of course, very closely tonight. Let's head out to the South Bank, where First Coast News reporter Jennifer Bryce is live for us. And Jen, what's the mood out there at Democratic headquarters tonight?
A very optimistic mood, and the energy is high, and things are just beginning here. Now, we've seen the signs go up, as you can see behind me. Also, the band has beginning to warm up. We're also seeing those Democratic party goers trickle in as they make their way here tonight. Now, this watch party will officially kick off at 8 p.m. with the national anthem. And over here at this podium will be several keynote speakers from Audrey Gibson, Representatives Corrine Brown, and also Terry Fields. Now, over on this monitor, which has CNN right now, we will be watching some of these live updates of the results. And also, we'll see a short tribute of a film to Senator John Kerry will be viewed here shortly. Now, I want you to meet some of the folks here. Joining right now is a gentleman named John Levitt. He came all the way down from New York City. It's quite a story to tell, because you, like many people who are volunteering their time, wanted to come to Florida for a very specific reason. Talk to us about that.
Well, I think a lot of people just wanted to be where they knew that they could make a difference. I mean, you know, it's not just people coming from out of state. I mean, the amount of volunteerism and the amount of people that have turned out in Florida just to help out has been incredible. I think it's just a testament to...
Okay. Now, do you have some concerns right now also about the election? We're watching some of the things about early voting and absentee ballots coming in. What are you thinking about all that?
Am I concerned? I think you have to be concerned, but I think, you know, after what happened last time, people are ready. People are watching and made sure that everything went smoothly. That's what this whole organization was about. How the Democratic Party really made sure that everyone's vote was counted. Everyone could come out and, you know, be confident that their vote would count.
Okay, well, we appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you guys watching from home. Of course, the energy and things are just starting. It is about 7:52 right now, when things are going to kick off in just a few minutes at 8 o'clock. Reporting live from the Democratic headquarters, Jennifer Rice, First Coast News.
All right, Jen, thanks very much. Jacksonville Republicans are getting together tonight for a party of their own. They're headed to the Plush nightclub off Arlington Expressway, and that is where we find First Coast News reporter Kyle Meenan. And Kyle, the doors are already open, and people there hoping they'll have something to party about tonight.
That's right. There is an air of anxious anticipation here waiting for the poll numbers. They are encouraged by the preliminary results that show 39 electoral votes for Bush to 3 for Kerry. Of course, everybody knows that is just the very first trickle of a very long flood of results coming in throughout the night. And of course, the thing that you want to concentrate on early at an event like this, the food. You take a look over to the side here. Folks are lining up and queuing up for an assortment of ribs and chicken and the slaw and beans and potatoes and rolls and sauce and just the normal things that you will expect at any political fundraiser, or I should say political event here in Northeast Florida. But again, anxious anticipation. They're hoping those balloons over my head, over my shoulder, will be able to be dropped in celebration a little bit later tonight. Although everyone knows much is at stake, and it's going to be hours before we'll actually know. Reporting live in Arlington, I'm Kyle Meenan, First Coast News.
All right, Kyle, we'll be checking back in with you throughout the evening. The polls in Duval County did officially shut down nearly an hour ago, and we were there as the interim supervisor of elections got on a bullhorn to tell the large crowds the polls have closed.
The end of the line is this man right here. Hold up your hand. That's the end of the line. And so everyone in line now will get to vote, and we appreciate your patience.
Now, there were about 200 people lined up there when the polls closed tonight. Democrats and Republicans were both waving signs supporting their candidates, but some showed up a little too late to cast their votes.
There shouldn't be a time limit on voting. This stands. We need to vote.
Now, even before the first vote was cast today, almost 115,000 Duval County voters had cast a vote by either voting early or absentee. One of the issues being decided in Jacksonville Beach will impact our entire community. Voters there had to decide between two very similar amendments restricting building heights at the beach. It's been a hot button issue out there. First Coast News reporter Melissa Ross is live at the beach, and boy, everybody's watching this one, especially the folks that live at the beaches, Melissa.
That's right, Donna. Folks out here in Jacksonville Beach, quite a few of them, not all of them, but many say they don't want their beautiful beach community to become like South Florida. They don't want huge, tall condos lining the beaches. So there are two amendments that would restrict the height of buildings out here in Jacksonville Beach, and it's a bit confusing to some voters. One would limit all buildings in Jacksonville Beach to 35 feet. One would also impose that limit, but would allow buildings in the Central Business District and those right along the shoreline to be above 35 feet. There's also a mayoral race going on out here. Three candidates running for mayor. They are Flan Sharp, Stephen M. Price, and E. Bland Cologne. No results yet for those folks, but here at Jacksonville Beach City Hall, the candidates and their supporters were all out here with signs. Turnout here at the beach at the polls has been brisk. As soon as we get some results on those two important races, along with 3 at-large city council seats, we'll bring it to you live here on First Coast News. Live in Jax Beach, I'm Melissa Ross. Back to you.
Now, when I got out there very early this morning, the lines were already very long, but people were having a good time and we're very patient this morning out at the beach. So it was all good to see. Stay with First Coast News for continuing coverage of election 2004 throughout the night, also on firstcoastnews.com.
Tonight on First Coast News at 11 and firstcoastnews.com. Live team coverage of the big elections. We'll have results county by county, all of the important races.
I'm Jennifer Bryce at the Duval County Democratic headquarters where the watch party is underway. Coming up at 11, we'll get you the Dems' reaction, win or lose.
And I'm Kyle Meenan at Republican headquarters in Arlington, where the balloons are ready to drop, hopefully in celebration later tonight.
Tonight on First Coast News and firstcoastnews.com.
The Iron Gate is more than a furniture store. It's your passage to luxurious living, exquisite furniture, unique accessories, handcrafted ironworks, art, statuaries, a 27,000 square foot designer showcase. Discover Jacksonville's hidden treasure, the Iron Gate. Luxurious furnishings from around the world. Outstanding prices. The Iron Gate, Phillips Highway at Emerson Street.
With all the running around it takes to decorate, it kind of makes you wish there were two of you. Me in one store, me in another, trying to put a room together.
Piece by piece, watching the budget, waiting for delivery. So now we shop Rooms to Go. Find the rooms we love, all put together to the last detail.
All unbeatably priced by the piece and by the room.
And because Rooms to Go stocks more furniture than anyone, you always get what you want. Rooms to Go, taking the runaround
out of decorating.
From NBC News, Decision 2004, Election Night. Reporting from Democracy Plaza in New York, here is Tom Brokaw.
And the pace is reaching warp speed on this election night. Now half the states have closed their polls, representing 269 electoral votes, just one short of the 270 needed. And these are the latest calls by NBC News, our projections of winners. No surprise, Illinois 21 in the John Kerry column. New Jersey, that was an outstanding question for a time in the closing days of the campaign. It stays Democratic, 15 electoral votes. Massachusetts, his home state, no surprise, 12 votes. Maryland, another strong Democratic state, 10 electoral votes. In Tennessee, George Bush territory once again. Alabama, the solid Republican South, George Bush territory. Back to New England and Connecticut, 7 electoral votes to the Kerry column. In Oklahoma and the Southwest, George W. Bush, 7 electoral votes. In Maine, they have a proportional representation, 4 electoral votes. We're only awarding 3 based on the returns that we're seeing here tonight. The District of Columbia, which is almost always safely in the Democratic column, is again this year, and so is the state of Delaware, the home state of Joe Biden, one of Senator John Kerry's closest friends and closest advisors, and will have probably a major role. So this is what the map looked like just a few moments ago. Dramatic changes now beginning to occur. Remember, red for the president, blue for John Kerry. John Kerry with 77 electoral votes and George Bush with 66. They need to get to 270, and there are some tantalizing states out there that are just too early to make a call or too close to make a call. We want to share those with you right now as well. Those are the states that you can see in Missouri and Arkansas, Ohio, North Carolina, big surprise there. South Carolina, another big surprise, too early to make a call. Florida and Ohio are the 2 keys there. Tim Russert those are the states that are probably going to drive the results before this night is out.
Absolutely, Tom. The Republicans had hoped they could pick up New Jersey because of its proximity to New York, the concern about terrorism, but it looks like John Kerry's going to win that state comfortably. Now, what does that tell us about some of the other states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, Wisconsin? We don't know. But if Kerry can hold that Democratic state like New Jersey, those swing independent suburban voters, it's got to make him very happy as he looks towards Pennsylvania and other states.
How unnerved do you think that the Bush people are by the fact that Virginia is still outstanding now almost an hour after the polls have closed there?
Very. And the Kerry campaign, Tom, pulled out their paid advertising a few weeks ago, didn't think they could contest it the way they are tonight. That would be a nice little chunk of electoral votes to have in your pocket.
Virginia has a popular Democratic governor these days, a young guy by the name of Mark Warner. And then you go down to North Carolina. It's John Edwards' home state. He was a very popular senator just one term. And North Carolina, we still can't make a call there as well. And we're not saying that they're going to the Kerry column, but the fact that it's going to be that close is probably causing some shallow breathing on the Republican side.
And an indication that people who were considered to be automatically for George Bush are holding back and perhaps casting the lots with John Kerry. And maybe again, Tom, this may be this young voter turnout, which we have seen rather dramatically in Bryant Williams' exit polls.
All right, let's take a look. We're approaching 20% of the vote counted in Virginia thus far. And as you can see, that shows a wide disparity in the raw vote. But that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at historic models and the exit polling that is going on there. We can't make a call in Virginia yet based on what we're seeing, even though it looks like the president's got a 16-point lead at this point. You know, Tim, what's so interesting to me about these two candidates, and I talked about it a fair amount during the campaign, here are two sons of privilege who were raised by distinguished families in the Northeast. They went to two of the best prep schools in America, Andover and St. Paul's. They were at Yale at the same time, members of a secret society. They went in distinctly different directions after they left Yale University, and they come around now to meet each other. I was counting up their degrees the other day. This is an argument for a good education. 2 degrees from Yale, 1 from Harvard, and 1 from Boston College.
And with that common gene and an educational pool, two disparate set of values and positions on issues. Tom, you go down tax policy, economic policy, environmental policy, education policy, Iraq. These men are like this. The only thing that unifies them are skull and bones. Skull and Bones will still keep control of the presidency.
We still haven't found out whether, when they met on the stage at those debates, whether they gave each other the old secret Skull and Bones handshake, and that may stay secret forever, for all we know.
Well, if you mention Skull and Bones in their presence, they're supposed to leave the room.
Right.
But they both stayed at their podiums.
They did indeed. Let's go to NBC's Kelly O'Donnell, who has a little more for us tonight on John Kerry's travels. Has he finally stopped campaigning, by the way, Kelly?
Yes, the campaigning has now officially ended for John Kerry about 10 minutes ago. He's been home in Boston for 8 hours, but just those few minutes ago, finally left the office he's been using at a hotel here in Boston to go to his Beacon Hill home. He took off the microphone from his tie after doing about 4 hours worth of interviews, 38 interviews to 30 different local stations across the country in key battleground states, cities, and markets that the campaign felt was important. He'll have some time this evening to watch returns and to relax. The first time he's been in his own surroundings in weeks, first time outside the battleground. He has had on the road with him in the last few days some of his longtime friends, an old college roommate, his former brother-in-law who he has remained close with over the years, friends of Teresa Heinz Kerry as well, and of course his sister and brother have been with him. So increasingly over the last few days there's been more of a family coming together. Both of his daughters are with him as well, and Teresa Heinz Kerry, who's been campaigning separately, of course, is with him as well. So there'll be some family time now. Also, in watching him in the last day or two, he has also taken a little more time to play his guitar in the front cabin of the aircraft, taking a little more time to relax. But when I asked him, do you have a sense of ever just looking around and seeing the moment of where you are after all this campaigning, he was quick to say no, that he had to keep working until the last votes were cast, until he could do no more. Apparently, they've determined that time has come because the senator has stopped campaigning and has gone home to await the results. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell. The senator has had 9 lives during the course of this campaign. It was about a year ago at this time that one of his greatest friends from the United States Senate, who was then out of the Senate, said he was prepared to go to him and tell him to drop out, that he could become Howard Dean's Secretary of State if he would help him out. Of course, he didn't drop out. He took out a mortgage on his home. He helped finance his own campaign, reorganized himself, and won in the state of Iowa, and then went in effect to clean the table and win the Democratic nomination. We want to show you now the states that have been won by the president so far tonight. It's coming up in 10 minutes after 8 here in the east, so the polls are beginning to close. Alabama, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee, West Virginia. No surprises, although a reassuring win in West Virginia for the Republicans. For John Kerry, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, a sigh of relief on that one, and the state of Vermont up in New England. Now, this is the raw vote that we're seeing thus far in Florida. 1/5 of the vote is in at this time. And again, we remind you, we make a projection based on models in precincts, and what we're seeing from exit polling, the raw vote that has been counted thus far shows George W. Bush with a commanding lead. But at the White House, and certainly in the Bush family, they know that this is going to be very close in the state of Florida. Jeb Bush, obviously, is the governor of the state of Florida. He's the younger brother of the president of the United States. And 4 years ago, when it was so close, and the president almost didn't win Florida in the eyes of a lot of Democrats. In fact, he didn't win it. But one of the other Bush brothers said to me, if we hadn't won Florida, it was going to be a pretty chilly Thanksgiving. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.
Decision 2004 election night coverage is sponsored in part by Bank of America. Higher standards.
We spend our whole day dreaming about what an ATM could be, what it should be. We're working on cash deposits at our ATMs, where you won't even have to use an envelope. You put the cash in, our ATM quickly scans, counts the cash, and totals it for you. I'm Dean Kirby. I'm a banker, and I'm proud to be part of Bank of America. Bank of America has more ATMs around the country than any other bank, over 16,000 of them, and we never stop thinking about how to make them better. We've already carved at least 6 seconds out of the basic transaction. Doesn't sound like a lot unless you think of yourself in a van full of kids like I do. We're also working on transfers and payments at our ATMs. Watch. From checking, take $60 and pay towards your credit card. Or from checking, move $100 into your savings account. We're working on that. Imagine this, depositing checks. Now you see it on the screen, and we print that image on your receipt. At Bank of America, we want each of our ATMs to be a mini Bank of America. A mini bank as good as any big bank we've built.
Bank of America. Higher standards.
Thursday on The Apprentice, only 10 remain, but hold on to your hard hat. Stacy is back. Can't you just feel the love?
To me, you're a liar.
And while we're at it, welcome back Rob, Bradford, and Jen. But watch out when they all enter the boardroom.
I want to hear how bad your team is. Fix it.
All New Apprentice, NBC Thursday.
We're back at Democracy Plaza, and we want to remind you it's not just the presidency that's at stake tonight. It is also control of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives. Democrats at the outset of this campaign had hoped to regain the Senate. They have picked up a seat tonight based on our projections. One of the new stars in the Democratic Party, we're going to show you in the state of Illinois. He was an electrifying speaker at the Democratic Convention, Barack Obama. We'll be hearing a lot more from Barack Obama in the course of the next several years. In Alabama, no surprise there, Richard Shelby, an outspoken member of the Republican Party, going back to the United States Senate. In the state of Connecticut, another old Democratic warhorse, Chris Dodd, closest friend of Senator Edward Kennedy, going back a seat that his father once held. Barbara Mikulski, Democrat in the state of Maryland, being returned. Kit Bond, the incumbent in Missouri, being reelected by his fellow Missourians. And in New Hampshire, Judd Gregg, the incumbent, he has been reelected. So one pickup in that run for the Democrats, but they appear to be in some trouble in some other states. These are the electoral votes as we have them at this hour. John Kerry, 77 to George Bush's 66. The states filled in red for the president and blue for John Kerry. We're going to go to Tampa now, and one of the boy wonders of the Republican Party, although he's getting almost to an advanced age for us to call him a boy wonder, even though his appearance will always belie his age, and that's Ralph Reed. Mr. Reed, let me ask you, first of all... I can't hear anything. Can you hear me? We got a problem. Can you hear me now, Ralph?
I can't hear anything.
I think we'll get back to him in a moment. You could hear the static bleeding through there. Looking at those Senate races and what's to come later tonight, it doesn't appear that the Democrats are going to be able to get where they had hoped to before the night was out. Republicans ran a very smart senatorial campaign.
There are 51 Republicans, Tom, and we had 48 Democrats, 1 independent. The Democrats had to clearly win some seats. The Zeller Miller seat is gone. That's now Republican. Barack Obama does pick up Illinois, but there are a lot of other contested seats in North Carolina and South Carolina, which will be tough for the Democrats to hold on to. We'll see those results pretty soon. Most everyone I talk to all day long believes that the Republicans may gain a seat or may stay even. The Democrats' dream, of course, is to have a 50-50 Senate. Elect John Kerry and John Edwards president, vice president, and John Edwards would break that tie and organize in favor of the Democrats.
All right, let's go to NBC's Campbell Brown now, because there are governor's races out there as well tonight, Tim, and Campbell's got some results for us on that. Campbell?
That's right, Tom. There are 11 gubernatorial elections being held tonight. About 6 of those are toss-ups, and we are able to project winners in a couple of states, beginning with North Carolina. The Democratic governor, we are projecting Mike Easley, will go on to a second term, defeating his challenger, Republican State Senator Patrick Ballantyne. North Carolina, a conservative state, but Easley had gotten high marks from voters there for bringing up test scores in public schools and improving the economy overall. So again, he will go on to a second term, Mike Easley. In the second state, Tom, West Virginia, again, we are calling it for the Democrat. Secretary of State Joe Manchin projected to win there again, defeating his Republican opponent, Monty Warner. This had been a state where Republicans had high hope, but the Republican in this case not able to really gain any traction. Again, that state going to the Democrat. There are many other states where the polls have closed already: Vermont, Indiana, Delaware, New Hampshire, and Missouri. But in all of those cases, it's either too early or too close to call. So we will keep watching. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown, who appears to be in her ice skating outfit, so once the evening is over, she can get back down on the ice here for us tonight. Tim, we don't know the size of the turnout, but that may be critical before this night is out. How large a mass of new voters decided to get involved this time?
Republicans had hoped it'd be 110 million based on 105 showing up in 2000, increased population. Democrats were dreaming about 120 million or more. But Tom, what we keep going back to, looking at some of these, what voters told us as they were leaving the voting booths, in Ohio, voters under the age of 30, 60% for John Kerry. In Florida, under the age of 30, 63% for John Kerry. We don't know how many of those there are, but clearly, if the young voters are turning out in significant numbers, it's extremely good news. Also, the swing independent voters in Ohio and Florida, Kerry breaking 60. Again, how many are there? How many of those are new registrants? And how does that compare to the strong Republican base of George Bush and the strong Democratic base of John Kerry?
Let's catch up with NBC's David Gregory now, who's at the White House, where the President and Mrs. Bush are on the phone, I would guess, a lot tonight, and probably watching some returns as well. David?
They are, Tom. You can get a sense of the scene here tonight. There's something like between 30 and 35 guests that they have in the residence, and they've got monitors up. They've got a large buffet dinner, and I've even got detail on the menu, which I'll spare you for the moment. But if you can imagine this, Karl Rove, who the President doesn't want to let very far away from him, is set up in the old family dining room to track results. He shuttles between there and over in the Roosevelt room in the West Wing, where they've got a command center set up. The President has been on the phone with strategists and his campaign manager in Arlington, Virginia, at their campaign headquarters. In addition, talking to his brother Jeb down in Florida to track those results as well. So this follows a day, and Kelly O'Donnell talked about the efforts of Senator Kerry to campaign to the last moment. I mean, the President going to Columbus, Ohio today, he even got on the phone at some point, had to convince voters it was really him on the phone, trying to get him out to vote. And they had set up in Ohio, they were keeping us on Air Force One today so that he could do a series of satellite interviews like Senator Kerry has been doing with Florida stations. But in the Ohio rain, even with a cable strung up to the satellite truck off the side of Air Force One, the rain caused technical difficulties. They had to cancel those interviews. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC David Gregory. That's one of the few times when the electronic wizardry of Air Force One and the White House may have failed the president today as he tried to get in some final licks in the state of Florida. So here's where we stand now on the electoral map. Just before we tell you we'll be going away in a moment. John Kerry 77, George Bush 66, Some surprises there, South and North Carolina, Virginia, we still can't make a call there. Ohio, obviously, and Florida, the two big states, part of the trifecta with Pennsylvania in the Eastern time zone. Back with more from Democracy Plaza. Decision 2004 in a moment.
What's in a name? As it turns out, more than I thought. I started my company over 30 years ago based upon a belief that the individual investor deserved a break. Today, with nearly $1 trillion of client assets, I think we've just begun. Speaking for all my associates, we truly believe we are the custodians of our clients' financial dreams. It's a belief we will never take for granted. And you know, I'll stake my name on that.
Every motion picture begins with a single dramatic frame. Introducing the Hitachi UltraVision Cineform Series Plasma High Definition Television. Exclusive plasma technologies deliver the smoothest film-like picture. Original technologies, seamless integration. Only from Hitachi.
If you have one tooth, a toothbrush will do. What if you have a mouthful? Philips Sonicare Sonic technology creates a fluid force that reaches deep between teeth. If you have teeth, you need a teeth brush. Philips Sonicare.
Thursday, has Joey found true love with Kelly Preston?
You ready, beautiful?
Or will a secret destroy everything?
Something I have to tell you about Donna.
Oh my God, we're related?
Then, Sex and the City's Kristen Davis as sweet as ever on Will and Grace.
If your eyebrows were tweezed anymore, you'd be Nicole Kidman.
Or not. All new NBC Thursday.
Half the states in America now have closed their polls. The decisions have been made by voters representing 269 electoral votes. And there are some surprises out there, in addition to the ones that we had anticipated. We're going to begin, first of all, and show you a three-way board in the state of Florida. This is the raw vote. Now, 23% of the vote has been counted there. George Bush has a commanding lead in that raw vote, but it really depends on where these votes come from. We have to tell you again and again. Ralph Nader seems not to be much of a factor as he was last time in Florida, but of course we know that Miami comes in later and West Palm Beach comes in later. We're going to call.
That's important, Tom, because in 2000 Nader got 90,000 votes,
right?
And he's only tracking about 30,000 now.
Yep, right. So the state of Virginia, 29% of the people, 29% of the precincts have been counted thus far. Again. The same caveat, we don't know where those votes are. We do have a winner now in the state of North Carolina. Big sigh of relief and probably a cheer in the living quarters of the White House. George Bush is the winner of the 15 electoral votes in North Carolina, the home state of John Edwards. He was unable to carry that. Not many people thought that he would, but they thought it was maybe a little bit like drawing to an inside straight, that they had a slim chance at best. So that's the map as we see it at this point. The map still is filling in about how we expected it to. Republicans thought maybe they could get New Jersey. They did not. Democrats had hoped maybe they could get West Virginia back this time. They did not. So we keep coming back to those same states, Tim.
Ohio, Florida. You know, North Carolina, Virginia, they're enticing, Tom. Bill Clinton always wanted to win Virginia. He came within 4 points one time, 2 points another time, but they always keep moving the football. And the Democrats, I think rather wisely decided, let's not spend a lot of money and time. Let's focus on Ohio and Florida, and that's why those states are deadlocked tonight.
And we don't want to leave out now the other states as we move west that are battleground states. You move to the upper Midwest, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. Iowa's a field of dreams for both candidates this time.
Absolutely right, Tom. And those are the states that are still very much in play. As you look at them right here, 53 electoral votes, 56 for Bush, 53 for Kerry. These are the ones that can be contested, if you will. And once one of these candidates wins one of their opponent's states, you take it off the board, it really does start to lock that electoral college door.
Tim, we're going to find out in a few moments what happens in Bill Clinton's old home state of Arkansas. He came off his post-operative bed, as it were, and went off and campaigned. And Arkansas will be closing its polls in about 8 minutes. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza's Decision 2004.
Good evening, I'm Donna Hicken. From the Panhandle to South Beach, the polls across Florida are now closed. An exit poll conducted for the Associated Press found about 3/4 of the 2,192 voters surveyed were confident their votes would be counted accurately this time. President Bush and Senator Kerry split the vote among women as well as men. Mr. Bush got slightly more than half of the Protestant and Catholic vote. Early returns so far show what we have expected. Florida is going to be extremely close. We've just got the very beginnings of the vote coming in right now. The president with an early lead, 56% to Mr. Kerry's 43%. Now, we do have some early results on the sheriff's race in Glenn County, with 8% of the 26 precincts reporting their Republican Wayne Bennett has 71% of the vote for sheriff. His challenger, Democrat Robert Chestnut, has 29%. Bennett is the current sheriff. He has been there since the early 90s. Now, the last voter in Duval County, the last vote has now been cast. At the Supervisor of Elections office, they had to tell people when they could stay and who was going to have the last vote.
This man right here, hold up your hand. That's the end of the line. And so everyone in line now will get to vote, and we appreciate your patience.
There were about 200 people lined up about an hour ago. First Coast News anchor Alan Janae is down there right now, and he says the line has pretty much disappeared. It's a far cry from what we saw about an hour ago, with voters waving signs in support of their candidates. And we're watching races all across the First Coast, including the mayor's race out in Jacksonville Beach. That is where First Coast News reporter Melissa Ross joins us from tonight, and she is out at City Hall. Hi, Melissa.
Good evening, Donna. That's correct. A mayor's race here in Jacksonville Beach. The candidates are Fland Sharp, E. Bland Colon, and Stephen Price. We don't have returns for those gentlemen yet, but we do have some early numbers to talk about in regard to the height amendments that are on the table out here. It's a little confusing. Citizens Referendum 1 would limit the height of all buildings in Jacksonville Beach to 35 feet, and with 33% of the precincts reporting so far, the electorate 76% for this amendment, 23% against. Let's move on to Citizens Referendum number 2. It's similar, but there's an important distinction. The Citizens Referendum 2 would limit the height here in Jax Beach to 35 feet, except for the Central Business District and the shoreline. That amendment is not faring as well. The early returns showing only 35% of the voters support it, 64% against. Now, these are early returns, but what this seems to indicate is that if Citizens Referendum 1 passes, we're going to have a blanket cap of 35 feet on every building in Jacksonville Beach. That second amendment, if it had passed, they would have had to take it to court to decide which would be the law. Let's also talk about Neptune Beach very quickly. Early returns showing a height amendment in that community. Also, 77% of Neptune Beach residents supporting a height amendment there as well. We will have more returns for you on the city council races and, of course, the mayoral race in Jacksonville Beach as we get them. But for now, live at City Hall, I'm Melissa Ross. Donna.
All right, Melissa, thanks very much. Well, as we said, we're going to check in now with the Florida Senate race we've been telling you about earlier. Betty Castor is running against Mel Martinez. Castor, the Democrat, Martinez, the Republican, who is a Cuban American. He left his post as HUD secretary to run for this office. He's in Orlando right now, waiting for results to come in. And First Coast News reporter Jacqueline Bernard is live in Orlando. Jackie, a lot of people out there waiting for results tonight.
That is true, Donna. It is finally getting busy here at the Mel Martinez party, and I'm going to show you behind me. Everybody is watching all the monitors behind us. In fact, there were some cheers a couple of minutes ago. One of the TVs showed that Mel Martinez is up 51% to 47% against Ms. Castor. However, that is only with 22% of the vote in at this time. But they are very excited. The mood here, very good. But I tell you, I have a feeling we're going to be here for a while tonight, because we were talking to some of the folks out here. They're telling me that in Fort Myers, the line to vote is still about 3 hours long. So all of that still has to come in. These people realize it, but we're going to be here for the long haul. As for what Mr. Martinez is doing right now, He's circulating the area, just talking to people, and as I said, the mood is very good, and his mood is good as well. So we will keep you updated. Again, these results are coming in very slowly, but we'll let you know what happens. We're live in Orlando. Back to you.
All right, Jackie, thanks very much. Of course, the very last polls that we saw in that race, an absolute deadlock. 50-50. Let's check in with Tim Deegan now. Of course, weather may have played a role in some parts of the country in terms of turnout. Certainly not in our area where we had a beautiful day, but it seems like, Tim, even in those areas where we had the bad weather, they still had some pretty good turnout
That's
today.
what we've heard. Now, of course, the polls pretty much along the East Coast have closed. What I've put together here is a radar presentation of what's happening right now over the eastern two-thirds of the country. So I think basically as you go from Michigan and Indiana down to Louisiana west, that might be where weather is still affecting folks. Notice that the rain is ending in Arkansas. Still some pretty strong storms in Louisiana and Mississippi. Texas continues with strong rains. Most significant is the snow. Now, New Mexico, which many are calling a swing state, the snow has ended there, but the snow continues out over West Texas. So at the very least, Donna, some folks had it much tougher than us as far as waiting in line under the weather.
All right, Tim, thanks very much. And stay with First Coast News for continuing coverage of Election 2004 throughout the night. You can also get updates at firstcoastnews.com, continuous coverage throughout the evening. And we will see you back here for another update at 10 minutes to the hour. So keep it right here on First Coast News for all your election results.
Tonight on First Coast News at 11 and firstcoastnews.com. Live team coverage of the big elections. We'll have results county by county, all of the important races.
I'm Jennifer Bryce at the Duval County Democratic headquarters where the watch party is underway. Coming up at 11, we'll get you the Dems' reaction, win or lose.
And I'm Kyle Meenan at Republican headquarters in Arlington, where the balloons are ready to drop, hopefully in celebration later tonight.
Tonight on First Coast News and firstcoastnews.com.
Yeah, it has been a while now. Well, at this point, I'm just hoping for the best, but right now, it doesn't look too good. I just want to say, look, if you're out there listening, I miss you. If I could just hold you in my hands again, everything will be okay.
Puzzled about how to save money on your auto insurance? There's a 7-letter word for savings, and it's Mercury. Mercury Insurance. Mercury consistently beats competitors like these in head-to-head rate surveys. Real savings is why over 2,000 drivers switch to Mercury every day. Shouldn't you? Call 1-888-4-MERCURY for savings, service, security.
We're back now, and you're looking at 30 Rockefeller Plaza here in New York. It's one more way of showing you what is necessary tonight. George W. Bush calling up 30 Rockefeller Plaza with that streamer in red, 81 electoral votes. As we pull out, you can see John Kerry appropriately on the left with 77 electoral votes. We have a lot of ways of showing you that tonight, both electronically. All right, we're going to call the state of South Carolina. It took longer than we thought it might, but it stays safely in the Republican column. George W. Bush, our projected winner of the 8 electoral votes in South Carolina. So let us take you to the map now. That's how it was just a moment ago. It changes as we fill in South Carolina. George Bush goes up to 89 electoral votes at this time. Still some distance from 270. And so far, both candidates are getting all the states that we expected them to. Going into tonight, the conventional wisdom was that George Bush was at about 222 and John Kerry was about 207, of course, with those 9 to 11 battleground states that are still out there. There have been some voting problems, and we want to talk about that by first going to the state of Florida and NBC's Kerry Sanders. Kerry, what's going on down there now this time?
Well, Tom, I think it really is going to boil down to the absentee ballots. Not so much a problem in how they were delivered, but really having them all counted. If it is a close race, and of course Florida 4 years ago was only 537 votes, then the absentee ballots are going to become very important because more than 1 million were sent out and then returned to the actual supervisor of elections across the state. To give you an example, in Palm Beach County, they have already received 70,000 absentee ballots. ballots. As you come a little bit further south into the Fort Lauderdale area, there are 96,000 absentee ballots that have been returned. I'm actually in the location where those absentee ballots, and more will be coming in tonight. They have not even begun to count those yet. They have to then certify them. They have to make sure that people didn't double vote. Then they have to open up the envelopes and go through that. And then down in Dade County, they have about 94,000. They have begun to look at them there, but have only gotten through about a third of the 94,000. What that all means just in these urban counties to the south is it's going to take some time. So if it is a close race in Florida, in all likelihood, we may not be able to determine whether there is a winner in Florida tonight because those absentee ballots will still be out there. The chairman of the Kerry Edwards campaign is here with us, Congressman Kendrick Meek. Conventional wisdom would suggest, because the Republicans have done a stronger push for absentee ballots, that it would lean towards them. Your reaction?
Well, in all three counties, you have touchscreen counties. A lot of folks decided to use absentee ballots, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans, because they wanted a paper trail. So we may not see what we've noticed historically as it relates to Republicans being the winner of absentee ballot voting. You have Palm Beach County, which is a heavily Democratic county. Broward County, which we're in now, is a heavily Democratic county. And also in Miami-Dade County, we're very, very competitive. So the night is early, and we'll see. And in Florida, automatic recount within a 1% margin here in state.
Exactly. And of course, the automatic recount would kick in, as he said, and that's without even calling for a recount. Across the state, there are still some polls open, people waiting in line, but those lines are now dwindling. But all the polls have officially closed. People had to be in line by 7 o'clock, and there are 2 time zones, of course, in the state, Tom. So those polls are now closed except for the folks who are waiting to get through those final lines.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Kerry Sanders in Florida. 26% of the vote has been counted in Florida so far. Again, a reminder to you, we based our projections on models from a variety of precincts across the state. We can't tell you for sure where that vote is coming from, but traditionally, Dade County, which is Miami, and then Palm Beach and West Palm Beach up the coast of Florida come in a bit later, so that will probably be altered before the course of this night. Let's go to NBC's Chip Reed now, down in our Making Your Vote Count Center. Chip?
Well, hi, Tom. I'm going to take you from Florida up to Ohio once again. Ohio has been litigation central today. Numerous lawsuits filed there. For example, earlier today, there was one when people would show up at the polling place. If they had applied for an absentee ballot, that would show up on the records, and they were not allowed to vote provisionally. Well, the Democrats took that to court. The judge overruled it and said, look, if you show up, no matter what the circumstances, if there's any question about your right to vote, you get to cast a provisional ballot, and we'll determine after Election Day whether or not that counts. And now I'm joined by Rick Pildes of NYU Law School and an NBC legal analyst, and another very interesting legal case coming out of Ohio. Tell me about this one.
Well, we've had these voters in these very long lines in Ohio.
3-4 hours, even 6 hours
long. And we have dozens of affidavits from these voters filed in federal court asking to be allowed to cast a paper ballot instead of waiting 4 hours in line. A federal judge has now says that's right. They have a right to cast those ballots by paper ballot. People have been leaving the polls in Ohio because the lines are so long. This is an effort to take care of that problem.
Give me an idea of how extraordinary this is. This isn't asking to vote provisionally. This is asking to create, on the spot, a new system for voting so that people don't just get up and leave the line and walk away.
It's a product of the tremendous turnout in Ohio, the lack of enough machines to deal with the number of people at the polls, and a provisional remedy being created on the spot to allow these people to vote and to stop deterring people from actually casting a ballot.
So we have some creative judging going on in Ohio. We'll see if it sticks or if it gets appealed. Is it going to be appealed, or has
we don't know if it's going to be appealed or not yet, but these people are probably voting right now with these paper ballots.
Extraordinary. So Ohio, litigation central tonight, Tom.
Thank you very much, Chip Reed. We want to remind you that a federal judge has issued a temporary restraining order in Philadelphia. Absentee ballots can't be counted there until 9:30 tomorrow morning. That was a result of an appeal from the Republican Party saying they didn't have access to those absentee ballots. So there will be litigation across the country, and we may not have a resolution of the presidential race before the night is out as a result of all of that. Let's go to Tampa, Florida now. Well, first of all, we have a Senate race for you in Oklahoma. This one stays in the Republican column. Tom Coburn, the winner, a former U.S. House of Representatives member, a doctor who had kind of a scorched earth policy in the course of his campaign, very conservative, lots of controversies. A woman said that she'd been sterilized without her permission. And he had a lot to say about sexuality and sexual orientation in the state of Oklahoma as well, Tim.
Tom, you ran against Congressman Brad Carson. It was a tight race for some time. No one ever thought it would be competitive to replace Don Nichols, but Coburn has now prevailed. And that's an important hold for the Republicans.
All right. We're going to go to Tampa, Florida. We tried to just a few moments ago, and we had some technical difficulties. We're back now with Ralph Reed, who's one of the architects of the Republican Party's entree into the conservative Christians of this country, what is called the cultural conservatives. Mr. Reed, the president is running very strongly tonight among people who say that moral values were important to them. But can that be a double-edged sword? Can it drive other people away from the president?
No, I don't think so, Tom. In fact, right here in Florida along the I-4 corridor, with about 25% of the vote in, the president is overperforming versus 4 years ago in some of those more centrist and ticket-splitting suburbs. And we think the reason why is because the activity and the energy that we were able to harness among the core supporters of this president, 102,438 volunteers here in Florida. They contacted 1.5 million voters in the last 4 days, and because of their efforts, the Sunshine State's going to be in the president's column again tonight.
Let me ask you about something that happened in the last 10 days or so in the campaign that surprised a lot of people. The man you used to work for, Pat Robertson, told Paul Azan on CNN that he had an Oval Office conversation with the president warning him against the war in Iraq, and according to Reverend Robertson, the president said there will be no casualties. That got a lot of circulation. The president denied that conversation ever took place. What was going on with Pat Robertson in that conversation?
Tom, I don't know. I wouldn't really feel comfortable speculating. I wasn't in the meeting. What I can tell you is I know this president, and this president is someone who, as commander-in-chief, when he sends American men and women into battle, he does so reluctantly, as a last resort and not a first resort, and with the full knowledge that there could be casualties.
All right, thanks very much, Ralph Reed, who's in Florida tonight and just predicted that Florida will be in the president's column before the night is out. When we come back in a moment, a man who in many ways made John Kerry the nominee of the Democratic Party, former Vermont Governor Howard Dean. He'll be with us in a moment here at Democracy Plaza. Decision 2004, back in a moment.
A different generation needs a different kind of denture adhesive. C-Bond is a thin, soft wafer with 3 adhesives for all-day hold. No ooze or pasty mess. For a kind of hold and comfort you have to feel to believe. C-Bond, a different generation.
Enterprise rent-a-car for our trip?
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Even airports.
See? Airports too.
Hello, welcome to Enterprise. Let me help you with that.
Wow, the friendly service of Enterprise is everywhere.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up. Wednesday on an all-new West Wing, a season of change continues. In the wake of tragedy, power is shifting. But who will take Leo's place?
We're talking about the virtual co-president.
Then a Law & Order ripped from the headlines. A ferry crash with a murderous twist. All-new West Wing and Law & Order, NBC Wednesday.
Back now with former Vermont Governor Howard Dean, the man who set the terms in the early stages of the Democratic race for the presidential nomination. When you began to run, you said, I represent the Democratic wing of the Democratic Party. And that really did alter the DNA of the race in many ways. But if John Kerry wins at the end of the night, can he govern as a representative of the Democratic wing of the Democratic Party, or does he have to move much more to the center?
I'm optimistic, but I just want to say right now, I hope all those listeners or viewers in Oregon and California are still going to get out to vote in Colorado, because those are closed states. No, I think John Kerry can govern and will govern. I think he'll do a terrific job governing because the public is behind him. They want change, and that's what this election's about.
As you and I continue to talk, let me just do a little business here. The state of Virginia, which was too close to call early on, it's going to say in the Republican column, you can color it red. No surprise, really.
Not a surprise.
13 electoral votes in the state of Virginia, the Old Dominion. Democratic Governor Mark Warner, very popular down there, but that stays in President Bush's column. So again, probably a sigh of relief from the Republican side and a little gosh darn it on the Democratic side.
Well, I think that we know what the 4 or 5 really key states are. It's Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, Ohio. 3 out of 4, and whoever gets that wins the whole thing.
Let's go back to what John Kerry does if he wins, and we don't know whether he will or not. Or even if the president wins. Should we have a fusion government in this country? Should we be reaching out more to find common ground?
We should. The problem is that the president is so far extreme to one side that there isn't much common ground. I don't think there's any constituency in the Democratic Party for running $500 billion deficits. I don't think there's a big constituency in the Democratic Party for doing what the president's done with the environment. So it is going to be very difficult, I think, if the president is reelected. We'll see. The voters haven't spoken yet. I have enormous respect for the voters, and hopefully tonight John Kerry will win and they'll have made the right choice.
Well, in fairness to the president, the Concord Coalition, which is a bipartisan group, has looked at John Kerry's spending plans and his income plans, and they think his deficit will be in the $1 trillion plus range as well.
The key is that John Kerry voted for a balanced budget at some peril to himself without a single Republican vote. Republicans borrow and spend, borrow and spend. They're not the party of fiscal responsibility anymore. The Democrats are.
You going to run for office again?
I don't know, but hopefully not till 2012 after the second term of the Kerry administration.
All right. Thanks very much, Howard Dean, for being with us tonight.
Tom, thanks very much.
A long and interesting year for you.
It was.
And you made it interesting for the rest of us as well.
Thank you.
Let's go to Lisa Myers now, who's at the Republican National Headquarters in Washington, and she's gotten a brief down there from what they expect. Lisa, what are they telling you?
Tom, a potentially significant development here. Bush campaign officials say they've been comparing the actual voting returns that have come in from the states against the exit polls. And they claim that the votes that are coming in are much better for Bush than the exit polls have been. They believe that the Bush vote has been underrepresented in key states. They specifically cite Virginia, which I believe we just called, Florida, and South Carolina. They're feeling much better about Florida now than some people were earlier in the evening, Tom.
How are you? Lisa, why do they think that the exit polls have been misrepresented? We heard earlier that they thought women were overrepresented. Is that what they're continuing to say?
Nationally, they believe women are overrepresented, and also that they are not do not hold as large a lead among men as they found in some of the final public polls. In the other areas, they really can't explain why the exit polls, in their view, are so off, but they're particularly encouraged about what they see in the critical I-4 corridor in Florida between Orlando and Tampa. It's a big swing vote area. They say they're doing better than they did in 2000. And better there than in the exit polls are now showing.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Lisa Myers, who will be at that post all night long, will be coming back to you as well to get an update from what the Republicans are saying. Children are always an important part of a presidential campaign, and this year we had so much unique symmetry. It turns out President Bush and Senator Kerry and Dick and Lynn Cheney all are the parents of 2 daughters apiece. And one of Senator Kerry's daughters joins us now, the eldest daughter, Vanessa. She's taken leave from Harvard Medical School to join us. When you began this enterprise more than a year ago, were you reluctant to get out there and become such a public figure, especially to leave medical school?
Actually, not at all. It was my choice to join this campaign. I was not asked to. Being a medical student, I was on the wards and I was talking to patients, and I was discovering that it's not myth that patients were really picking between paying their electricity bill or paying for prescription drugs. I've worked in the emergency room. I've seen the number of people coming through the door who are much sicker than they should be because they don't have access to primary care. I've worked overseas and I've done childhood immunization, and I've been involved in the environment, a number of things. And I just realized that everything I cared about was at stake in this election, and that I was in a unique position to help. I was raised by parents that taught me to be involved, to take a stand and to fight for something you believe in. And I believe in better leadership than what we've had in the last 3.5 years.
What was the
so I
toughest?
actually announced.
I was just going to ask, what was the toughest moment for you as a daughter, as your father came under withering criticism, as George Bush did from the other side? But for you,
Yeah, it's always hard.
when they were talking about your dad.
Well, it's always hard to see someone you love be under criticism, but I think the hardest part for me was that they were blatant lies. You know, it came out after 3 weeks of sort of lies. It came out that, you know, the Swift boat attacks were wrong, and a lot of other things have been misleading and have been misnomers, and I find it frustrating because I think this country wants to talk about what's going on, wants to talk about the issues, about the rising cost of health care, not so much character assassination. This is why young people have been turned off of politics traditionally. And it's sort of a bummer, if you'll take the colloquialism, because I think young people want to be, you know, they want to be told the truth, they want to be spoken to honestly, and they want to see that their leaders are really talking about things that matter and just sort of speaking straight up, to use another colloquialism. And I think that it would be better, you know, more young people would be involved, and it is our future on the line. So I thank every young person who's been out there to vote today, every young person who's going to vote, because they could determine the next president of the United States.
Any chance at the end of all this you'll get together with the Bush daughters and share a margarita?
I've had a chance to meet them at the third debate, and they seem really nice. There is a strange sorority in being in this position, just because it is a unique position. Unfortunately, I get to go back to school when this is all over and hit the books again.
All right, thanks very much, Vanessa Carey tonight, who is going back to medical school, as a matter of fact. We'll have more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.
When it comes to life,
I can't ski. And yes, I will always be just a little bit fat.
love,
What's she doing going into my boyfriend's house? Well, no one's perfect.
and the pursuit of happiness,
I love you.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said I love you.
All right, no need to shout.
there's just no stopping Bridget.
I have missed you, Jones. You're sexy. You make me laugh.
Bridget Jones, The Edge of Reason.
Doesn't matter. It's not about looks.
Rated R. Opens November 12th.
When your wireless laptop has technology designed for great battery life, you can do the things you want to do. Make sure it has Intel Centrino mobile technology built in.
At AIM, we sell through financial professionals, and one of the reasons we do that is financial investing can be very complicated, and what happens is people get scared in the process. And when you're scared, you don't always make good decisions. I think when you work with AIM, the thing that you get, number one, is a complete menu of what an investor would want. Today, things are different. You can't be cookie cutter. You need to diversify.
Consider investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses carefully. For this and other information, obtain a prospectus from your advisor and read it thoroughly before investing.
Every Thursday, ER remains television's finest.
You want to get out? Then get out.
Get ready
Son of a... Clear.
for 6 all-new episodes in a row.
Nobody said this job was easy.
And Ray Liotta in an Emmy-worthy performance. I'm so sorry. All new ER, NBC Thursday.
We're back. This is one of the states that we'll be watching very carefully all night long, just as we were 4 years ago. More than a third of the vote has been counted in Florida. It's still too close to call, even though the raw vote shows a commanding lead for the president. Other precincts in more Democratic parts of Florida have not been counted yet. So we want to give you an update on all of that. And go now down to NBC's Brian Williams, who is in the NBC News Decision 2004 Tracking Center. He's been looking at the exit polls. Brian, what are the people saying as they come out of the polls in Florida about why they voted the way they did?
Well, Tom, we're getting some astounding and fascinating stats out of Florida tonight, which, of course, kept us up late 4 years ago. Despite adding 1.5 million registered voters over the last 4 years, the Sunshine State is again too close to call at poll closing. Both candidates worked Florida hard, and this is fascinating. Over half of Florida voters said they were contacted and asked to vote for a particular presidential candidate. That costs money. Both campaigns were equally energetic. 37% said they were contacted by the Kerry campaign, 34% by the Bush camp. Some got calls from both. Florida was, of course, one of the states where people took advantage of early voting. Over 1 million Floridians cast ballots before today, 1 in 5. Both groups were evenly divided between President Bush and Senator Kerry. Now, if John Kerry does manage to pull it out in Florida, it will be on the strength of first-time voters. And here's this stat in Florida. They made up 13% of the Florida electorate. They broke strongly for John Kerry, a margin of 59 to 40%. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Brian Williams. Former mayor, a Democrat of the city of New York, Ed Koch, went down there to campaign. He said, "I'll die a liberal, but I haven't lost my sanity." And the Reverend Lennox Yearwood, a black preacher, said, "All souls to the polls. We're going to bang that ballot box this year." It was all-out war in the state of Florida. Back from Democracy Plaza after this.
This is a First Coast News Election 2004 special report.
Good evening. I'm Donna Hicken.
And I'm Alan Janae. Good to have you with us tonight. We are keeping a close eye on all of the races in our area. We're also watching the amendments and how they're doing as well. So far, it seems that every single amendment on the ballot will pass except for Amendment 4. That's the amendment that would have let some of the counties in South Florida vote on whether or not to add slot machines to horse and dog tracks and highlight venues. Now, to take a look at what every single amendment means, all you have to do is go to firstcoastnews.com. We'll have that plus all the other election information you might need.
Well, tonight, Democrats and Republicans alike are watching the returns as they come in state by state. Let's check in with First Coast News reporter Kyle Meenan. And Kyle, good news for folks there where you are right now. President Bush has the early lead, obviously still very early in the game tonight.
That's right, Donna. Many people here are anxiously awaiting the results that are going to change things at 9 o'clock as the polls are closing in many of the central states in just a few minutes. More numbers are going to be posted, but each time the numbers go up on the big boards around this place, you can hear spontaneous applause throughout the area. Right now, as you said, 102 to 77 in favor of George Bush, but many more states to report, and one of the key swing times will come in about 10 minutes. So a lot of anxiousness right here at Republicans, at their GOP party.
All right, Kyle, thank you very much. And Democrats are flocking to the Radisson on the South Bank tonight, hoping to celebrate a victory tonight there as well. First Coast News reporter Jennifer Bryce is live with the very latest from there. Jen?
Well, I can tell you when that first round of those electoral votes came in around 8 p.m., they actually have us up on the monitor, so you're hearing a lot of feedback right now. Those Northeast numbers, you heard a large roar in the room as you're seeing it right now. They know they're live on television, and they are very proud to be here. Now, we haven't been hearing as many roars lately, but I can tell you that there are about 1,000 people in this room. But of course, the big question is that we are hearing people ask in their respective circles is, will we know who the president is tonight? So we've been asking them, will these people stay the course here tonight? You can see the energy is here, and I don't think they're going to be going to bed anytime soon. But I can tell you that the folks who say they're going to stay the course, they already got a room upstairs here at the Radisson. They are ready to kick with this late into the night, and they expect this to be a late race, and they expect it to be also a very close one. Reporting live from the Democratic headquarters, Jennifer Rice, First Coast News.
All right, Jen, thanks very much.
Well, the last of the voters have finished casting ballots in Duval County after a long line stretched down the sidewalk at the Duval County Supervisor of Elections office when the polls closed. Now, Bush and Kerry supporters were shouting chants back and forth as hundreds of voters waited. I just came back from the Supervisor of Elections office myself. People who got into line by 7 o'clock were allowed to vote. That took nearly 90 minutes. But all in all, elections workers say they were successful in getting people in.
I think we had one or two people that showed up after the fact, but unfortunately, the law says it's got to close at 7 o'clock, and so we were bound to end it at 7 o'clock.
Were you afraid that this was getting rather raucous out there? Were you concerned that things were going to get too wild out there?
At certain points, it seemed that it could turn that way. But to be honest with you, the Bush supporters and the Kerry supporters were really kind of jovial.
Kind of jovial. Well, the second largest city in our viewing area, St. Augustine, has some very heated races going on right now, including those of mayor and sheriff. Let's check in with First Coast News Southern Bureau reporter Maria Satteris for the latest down there. Maria?
Hi, Donna. I can tell you that it looks at this point with 11 of 15 precincts in already and the early votes already counted that Mayor George Gardner will probably keep his seat here in St. Augustine as mayor. He right now has 41% of the votes, Commissioner Bill Lennon 29%, and Commissioner Errol Jones 29%. Here in St. Augustine, in order to pull off winning the mayoral seat, if you have to win your commissioner seat, and at this point right now, Bill Lennon is losing his commissioner's race against Susan Burke. She's 58%, Bill Lennon 42%. We spoke with both Bill Lennon and Errol Jones earlier today about the fact that they were running during a race that has been obviously well attended because of the presidential race, and both of them have different views on running during such a heated race.
I would have rather ran on an off year, an off presidential year, because then there's a greater focus, obviously, on local races.
If we can get the people out to vote for the president, every time I've run, it's always been presidential, and I've had success before. And hopefully today we'll have success again.
Now all the mayoral candidates are here in downtown St. Augustine at their parties. We haven't quite made it to Mayor George Gardner's party just yet. We're on our way there. Let me go through some of the numbers, though, for the commissioners' races. Errol Jones, again, 29% against Haynes, 40%. Susan Burke, again, 58% against Commissioner Bill Lennon, 42%. Bowles with 55%, and Whetstone with 44%. Also, we're going to be heading, as I said, to Mayor George Gardner's party where he is right now. He's at the Century Tavern, and he says he's there because all the money that is spent, it's run by the city, all the money that is spent is given back to the city. So we're heading there next. We'll, of course, bring you a live update from there. For now, we're reporting live downtown St. Augustine. Maria Satiris, First Coast News.
All right, Maria, thank you very much. Still a lot to tell you about tonight. Many more races. We'll be talking more about the amendments, more about that big Senate race in Florida, and, of course, about that height restriction amendment at Jacksonville Beach.
All that's still to come. Stay with First Coast News for continuing coverage of election 2004 through the night. You can also get updates by going to firstcoastnews.com. We'll see you soon.
And I'm Phil Amato. Here are your top stories this morning. Seems gas prices across the First Coast.
We know what your mornings are like.
For the holidays.
In health news.
That's why we help make your mornings run more smoothly.
The clouds should start moving in around midday, and that means you have a good chance for an afternoon shower.
I'll put some salsa on those eggs.
Start your day with a good morning.
Around, and don't forget the tip of the week. Buckle up.
I'm live on the scene of a developing story. Stay with First Coast News.
Good morning, Jacksonville.
We got to be at the Johnsons in 5 minutes.
The beauty of the suit is that the bottoms match the top. So all you have to do is throw on a shirt and tie, and you're out the door. Get to work earlier, your productivity goes up, you get a bigger bonus, put the kids in better schools, they get better jobs, make tons of money, buy you a home to retire to on an island. No wonder suits are coming back.
Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
To contact the store nearest you, call 1-800-776-SUIT.
I do a lot of testing for my diabetes. And sure, there's pain, but you deal with it. These days, I'm dealing better. I switched to Freestyle Flash, and it's virtually pain-free. Virtually pain-free. Freestyle Flash uses the smallest sample of blood, 50 to 90% less than most meters. And Freestyle Flash is the world's smallest meter. If you have diabetes, you owe it to yourself to check out Freestyle Flash. It's virtually pain-free.
Decision 2004. Election light. Here is Tom Brokaw.
9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and 15 more states from the New York Island to the deserts of Arizona and many states in between, 13 altogether, representing 159 electoral votes, have closed their polls. In Texas, the homeboy wins his own state, the former governor of Texas, George W. Bush. In New York, no surprise, 31 electoral votes for John Kerry. In Kansas, the heartland, a big red state, 6 votes for George Bush. Nebraska, same thing, another big red state, quite literally, 5 votes. North Dakota, more Bush territory, 3 electoral votes. South Dakota, 3 electoral votes. We'll be watching the Thune-Daschle race there later on. In Wyoming, the home of Alan Simpson, 3 electoral votes. And in Rhode Island, back on the East Coast, John Forbes Kerry, who sailed off Rhode Island, he gets the 4 electoral votes there. So here's the map now as it stands. as it was just a moment ago, and as we fill it in, you can see John Kerry, 112 electoral votes, George Bush, 156. But the keys are still down there in the southeast, in Florida, in the industrial Midwest, in Pennsylvania, and Ohio. The polls have been closed in both those states for some time. Wisconsin and Michigan have been closed as well in this last hour. We still can't call them too close, too early. There it is. There is the presidency, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhere in those states, the electoral votes that will go to one candidate or the other will determine who occupies 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the most powerful office in the world for the next 4 years. Will it be George W. Bush going back for 4 more years, or will it be Senator John Kerry? Tim?
Tom, you called states. They're all important, but the ones you didn't call were more important. If we can talk in terms of the Electoral College. Pennsylvania, the polls have been closed since 8 o'clock. Al Gore won that state by 5 points 4 years ago. Bill Clinton won it twice by 9 points. The Kerry people need that Pennsylvania in their corner. It's a linchpin. Also, we're waiting to hear from Minnesota and Wisconsin, 2 key states in the Great Lakes there. Kerry must hold those states, because if he can, then his strategy is to win Ohio and win the presidency.
Going into this election, Tim, we said it would be close, and we did not lie.
It is unbelievable. We thought 2000 would be a once-in-a-lifetime story to cover. You're 2 for 2, Brokaw, in the last 2 presidential elections.
Well, we'll see, because in any one of those states, a few hundred votes could mean a big electoral victory as well. We want to remind everyone of that. If it just slides across to one side or the other, and somebody sweeps Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida by just a few hundred votes, they get a ton of electoral
300
votes.
electoral votes?
Right.
And it'd be considered a very sizable majority.
All right, let's go to the White House now. NBC's David Gregory. What are they thinking there, David?
Well, no surprise over here, Tom, that the president's working the phones from the residence. He congratulating some winners in Senate races across the country, calling Johnny Isakson down in Georgia to congratulate him on his victory. More importantly to the president, he spoke to his brother, Governor Jeb Bush, in Florida within the past hour, according to a senior advisor here. And the reports are much better, they are claiming. There was a lot of discouraging news coming out of Florida. They thought early on, one advisor tells me they are making a strong comeback. They're pointing to a couple of key points. They believe that there are counties along the I-4 corridor, a lot of independence there, where the president is outperforming their own expectations. Some of these counties, Gore counties from 2000. Also in Miami-Dade County specifically, an advisor says that of the absentee ballots coming in, a third of them have been counted, and they believe at this point, they claim, are breaking heavily for the president in a county he's not likely to win. So as they look through the state, they look at the areas where Kerry has to perform exceedingly well, and they find that the president is extremely competitive, more so than they thought. They're also waiting. They don't have a lot of numbers yet from the Panhandle, which is, of course, heavy Republican territories. Won some of those counties there 2-1 back in 2000. That's where they expect a late surge as well. So they're feeling a lot better about Florida at this point. As for Ohio, spoke to an advisor just in the last 15 minutes. He called it a dead heat. Tom?
Yeah, Ohio is Florida's twin this year. We have Ann Thompson in Ohio. Ann, what do you have for us?
Tom, you know, those long lines that have been the hallmark of this election here in Ohio are the subject of a lawsuit tonight. The Democrats went to a federal judge about 5 o'clock tonight and said, look, people who've stood in these lines, who've been in line for more than 2 hours, ought to be offered paper ballots because there just aren't enough machines to go around. The federal judge granted the temporary restraining order for voting in Franklin and Knox counties. But I spoke to Jeff LaRue of the Franklin County Board of Elections just in the past few minutes, who said they are not issuing paper ballots to people who are in line. However, they are offering everybody who was in line at 7:30 when the polls close an opportunity to vote on the touchscreen machines tonight. In Knox County, officials over there tell us they're trying to figure out what to do. People are still in line over in Knox County. The longest line is said to have 250 people. So people in Ohio are getting a chance to vote, but at this hour, they are still doing it by machines in those two counties, not by the paper ballots as recommended by the federal judge.
All right, Ann Thompson, I'm going to make an assumption then that the polls have not officially closed in Ohio, and part of the rule, that one of the rules that we're going to follow tonight is that we're not going to make any kind of a projection in the state until all the polls have closed.
There are people still voting, Tom. They said at 7:30, that was when the line ended. If you came at 7:31, you don't get a chance to vote. But if you were in line at 7:30, you're going to get an opportunity to vote. The Secretary of State's office has been very definitive about that. And at this point, at this hour, people are still voting in this state.
All right, let's show you the numbers in Ohio. And as we do that, I want to remind you that Ohio is effectively two states, north and south. Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland and the great metropolitan areas, and then down south, there's a whole cultural differentiation that is much more like Indiana and Kentucky and West Virginia, although Ohio is unique always. There, we have 5% of the vote counted so far, 5% difference between the two candidates. We're just getting underway in Ohio. All right, let's go to now one of the president's principal advisors, the man who helped him so much 4 years ago, the former governor of the great state of Montana, Mark Roscoe, joins us now. As you look at the map tonight, can you hear me, Governor? Are we having audio difficulties again? All right. Well, Tim Russert.
Ohio, Tom? The key has been for the Kerry campaign to emphasize the economy more there than anywhere else in the country. One simple reason. George Bush carried Ohio by 171,000 votes in the year 2000. The state has lost over 200,000 jobs. Kerry goes back to that state day in and day out and kept saying, you see, you are economically depressed because of George Bush's policy. The president came back and said, look, I know things aren't as good as you want them to be, but we're on the way back. Stay with me.
Karl Rove and company believes that cultural issues will help them in the Southeast and in the Southwest in Ohio. They think that they lost votes last time around because in the closing days of the campaign, it was disclosed that George W. Bush had had a drunk driving arrest, and that kept some cultural conservatives at home, according to Mr. Rove and his operatives. They think they'll get him back this time, and that will make the difference. Tim, we're going to go to Mark Roscoe now, the former Montana governor, who's been so helpful to the president during all this. As you look at the map, Governor Roscoe, tonight, what are the opportunities for the president that are still to be realized that are realistic in your judgment?
Well, I think that Iowa and Wisconsin and New Mexico are obviously very realistic, and we believe that we're very competitive in Michigan and Pennsylvania as well. We put out, over the course of this last weekend, there were 1.2 million people who made 18 million contacts in the various different target states. So we feel very good about the passion and the dedication and the effort with our ground game.
We've been talking here all night long, Governor, about what happens at the end of this evening, whoever wins. We have a deeply divided country based on everything that we're seeing. What would be your recommendation to the president about how he governs in the second term and any changes that you think he should make?
Well, you know, I think these have been incredibly perilous and difficult times for us as a nation. There's been a lot of soul searching. This generation, you've written about the past generation, the last greatest generation of Americans in very poignant terms. And I think this generation, confronted with the same difficulties, of course, is searching its conscience and its soul. And it's not always easy to lead. It's not always easy to be courageous and to take that step forward. And I think that has been an issue that has been a flashpoint and a matter of great difficulty. The president has spoken to that. I think his efforts, if you take a look at how he's addressed things legislatively, even up until the last couple of weeks, he's been working in a bipartisan way. Everything that's been accomplished in substantial detail has been the result of bipartisanship, and he has sought that at every occasion. My expectation would be that if he's reelected, he will make every genuine effort to once again re-engage in a partnership with Congress and with members from both sides of the aisle to get good things done on behalf of the American people. I think you'll see it reflected in his language and in his actions.
You resisted his overtures to join his administration for the first term. Would you be interested in joining the administration in a second term?
You know, that seems so presumptuous of me to even think of such a thing, and of course I know it would be terribly bad manners, and we're so far away from that particular moment I couldn't even speculate about it. But my intentions are to go back into the private practice of law. That's clearly what I'm presuming at the present moment.
All right, thanks very much.
I'd like to join you in Montana. That's what I'd really like to do.
We'd both like to be there at some point. Thanks very much, former Montana Governor Mark Roscoe, always getting in a plug for his state. Thanks for being with us tonight. We're going to show you the map now, both electronically and otherwise. Here's how we stand at this hour. 112 electoral votes for John Kerry, 156 for George Bush, red for the president, blue for John Kerry, and on the Rockefeller skating rink, the celebrated tourist attraction here in New York. That's how it is filling in, and no melting of the lines so far. It's going to be a long night, and down there it'll be a slightly chilly one, and it'll be even colder for whoever loses this election, obviously. I've reached that metaphor, but I stress that metaphor as far as I can. Let's go to a commercial now. As I say, we'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza. Decision 2004, right after this.
Decision 2004, election night coverage. is sponsored in part by Liberty Mutual. It's more than insurance, it's insurance in action.
If it can happen, Liberty Mutual's planned for it. We have pre-approved contractors who can make emergency repairs within 24 hours. Liberty Mutual, it's more than insurance, it's insurance in action.
The great ones elevate their performance. On the biggest stages, with the highest stakes, they're able to summon something extra, and by sheer will, produce wonders. As a global energy leader, expect big things from ConocoPhillips and watch our performance elevate.
Starting Sunday at NBC event.
Go ahead, Doc. Make my day.
Crossing Jordan and Las Vegas come together on one case. A murder in Boston leads all the way to Vegas, where things heat up.
Booyah!
One murder, two shows. It all starts Sunday on Crossing Jordan and continues Monday on Las Vegas.
We're back. Democracy Plaza, decision 2004. The exit polls are telling us why people voted the way they did tonight. We're still awaiting the results in those key states, especially Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, and now into the upper Midwest, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa coming up in the next half hour. We'll be going to the Southwest as well. Both candidates still short of the 270 needed. This is a big-time chess game for the most powerful office in the world. What were the voters saying to us tonight as they came out of the polls, Brian Williams?
Let's go to Pennsylvania, Tom. You'll note still white on our board, no color assigned. It's a big battleground state. We've been talking about 21 electoral votes. In 2000, it went to Al Gore by a very slim margin. Now it's too early to make a call in the state, but our exit polls are telling us what Pennsylvanians were thinking about as they voted. President Bush drawing strong support from several groups there. Over 60% of gun owners, white Protestants, residents of the central and northern parts of Pennsylvania. Senator Kerry drew his strongest support from young voters, over 60%. Union households, also over 60%. Black voters and Philadelphia residents, 84% each. Those four counties around Philly deliver 1/5 of the vote for the entire state. Now to the issues. Pennsylvania voters concerned with terrorism or moral values were especially likely to go with the president. 83% who said terrorism was the issue that mattered to them voted for the president. 81% of those who selected moral values as their primary concern went with George W. Bush. For John Kerry, the war in Iraq, health care, jobs, and the economy, those core issues in the central part of that state, those were the three that worked for him. Among Pennsylvania voters who said the war in Iraq was the most important issue, 75% voted for John Kerry, as did 83% who selected health care, 84% who said the economy and jobs most important to them. So some interesting internal numbers coming out of a crucial state tonight. Tom?
Thanks for Brian Williams. I'm just looking at some numbers from Ohio. They are a absolute reflection of what you were just reporting from the state of Ohio about why people voted the way they did and for which candidate. We've got a number of Senate races now that we're able to project winners in. Let's begin in the state of Arizona. One of the most popular political figures in the country, John McCain. No surprise, going back to the United States Senate. Well, he'll be a burr under the saddle of both parties. And Sam Brownback, a man who feels very strongly about refugee problems around the world, going back from the state of Kansas. Byron Dorgan from the state of North Dakota, a state that goes big for him and big for George Bush. In New York, Chuck Schumer, who had $26 million in the bank and had more than a few advertisements on the air going back. Wisconsin, Russ Feingold, one of the authors of the Feingold-McCain Campaign Finance Reform, being returned. Blanche Lincoln from the state of Arkansas, that stays in the Democratic column. No pickup among Democrats in the United States Senate in that run as well. Can we show you what's going on in the state of Kentucky? We've got a very tight race down there. Jim Bunning, the Hall of Fame baseball player, is virtually in a dead heat now with a man who was essentially unknown in Kentucky politics until about 6 weeks ago. But Jim Bunning, who was a big-time pitcher in both the National and the American League, made a number of campaign gaffes that I think that is fair to say. Almost 90% of the vote is in. We've got a race that has 10,000 votes, less than that actually, between these two. Daniel Mangriardo was just unknown in Kentucky, Tim, until about 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, Tom, it was quite interesting to watch. There was a debate between the two candidates, and Senator Bunning did not return home for the debate. He went to the Republican National Committee headquarters in Washington, and it later learned he was using a teleprompter as a help, if you will, during the course of the debate. He also said he didn't read newspapers or watch television news, and has created a big stir. The president landed in Cincinnati, Ohio the other day, invited Senator Bunning and his wife to greet him on Air Force One, hoping that photo op would be worth 10,000 votes, and maybe it is the margin of difference tonight. We don't know. Still 10% of the vote left to count. An amazingly too close to call race in Kentucky. That's a big surprise for the Republicans. 1 month ago, they thought they had a lock on that seat.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that turns out. We'll be watching that all night long. Joe Lockhart joined the John Kerry campaign this fall. He's a former presidential press secretary to Bill Clinton. He joins us now. Joe, as you look at the map, where are the opportunities for Senator Kerry to get the 270 electoral votes that he needs?
Well, I mean, obviously, all eyes are on Ohio and Florida. We think there's opportunity out in the Southwest with New Mexico and Nevada, and obviously the upper Midwest with Iowa, Wisconsin, and Minnesota.
What about Pennsylvania? The polls have been closed there for some time, and going into this evening, we were told that you were in pretty good shape in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think we were. I think we entered with a pretty good lead. We had a very good get-out-the-vote operation in that state. We went back to that state over and over again. So I think when all the votes are counted, we will have won Pennsylvania.
Joe, you've always played it very straight with us. As you look at the map tonight, what are your principal concerns about the states apart from Florida and Ohio where you may run into some difficulties?
Well, you know, listen, I think the president made a tactical decision about a month ago. He went 20 days without going to Ohio and concentrated on the upper Midwest. We spent a lot of time and effort in Iowa, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. We think we did enough. We think we'll win those states, but the president spent an awful lot of time and money in those states. So, I mean, those were states that we had to work very hard for.
All right, thanks very much, Joe Lockhart with the Kerry campaign in Massachusetts. More from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.
You know, I was once in a vault while it was being robbed. This December, the only thing riskier than stealing $160 million is having to pay it back. With interest. It just hurts. What we do know is we need a high-paying job.
You're doing recon work on our anniversary? I assume that you have some kind of a plan to get him out.
Okay, then. Good. I don't even understand what happened in there.
Ocean's 12, rated PG-13, starts Friday, December 10th.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner? How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
Much gets passed from one generation to the next. Character, ambition, wisdom, if they're listening on the other end. Maybe the best gift is one that only you can give, a sense of who they are. When that time comes, Lincoln is there. To share more of life's reward, call your financial advisor or 1-877-ASK-LINCOLN.
Thursday, what's the most romantic thing Joey can say about his new love, Kelly Preston?
Hot girl!
Oh, only Joey, NBC Thursday.
Dateline Friday. Mike thought extreme weight loss surgery would help. It didn't. Now, Al Roker talks to Mike's widow about the dangers. Dateline Friday, NBC 8/7 Central.
We're back at Democracy Plaza. The big question tonight, what's going on in the state of Ohio, also Pennsylvania, but Ohio is on everyone's mind. We want to go to our decision desk area now. NBC's Lester Holt is standing by there. Lester, what are they telling you?
Well, Tom, an equal measure of good and bad news for the campaigns regarding Ohio. The decision desk says it could be a while because they have two models right now. One shows the race going President Bush's way, the other going Senator Kerry's way right now. Two distinct models showing very, very different results right now. It could be a while, Tom.
All right, Lester, we also want to remind our audience, of course, that there are people still voting in the state of Ohio, and we're not going to make a call in that state until everyone has finished their voting. They were in line at 7:30, and election officials decided that they could stay in line and vote on the touch screens that Ann Thompson talked about earlier. Ohio has been, of course, one of the contentious states in terms of legal challenges to voting there about whether you could have monitors in the polling places and so on. It's not going to get any bigger than Ohio tonight. With 20 electoral votes, it is a traditional Republican state. It is the home of the Taft family, and no Republican, you've heard this 100 times, no Republican has ever been elected president without the state of Ohio. And George Bush did everything but put wheels under the White House and move it to Canton, Ohio in the course of the last year and a half. More from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, after this.
This is the First Coast News Election 2004 special report.
Each hour, each minute, we learn more as the results come in across the nation and here on the First Coast. Good evening, everybody. I'm Alan Janae.
And I'm Donna Haken. Thanks for joining us. So far, it looks like most Jacksonville Beach voters are choosing the Citizen Initiative Hyde Amendment over a city-sponsored one. No big surprise there, with 78% of the precincts there reporting 75% of people are voting yes for Amendment 1. That limits all new buildings to 35 feet in height. 63% of the people there are voting no for Amendment 2. That also limits new buildings to 35 feet, except those east of 2nd Street and those in the business district. All polls suggested this would be the result.
Well, the party is just getting started at Plush on Arlington Expressway, and that's where local Republicans are getting together to watch the election returns come in. And that's where we find First Coast News reporter Kyle Meenan now with more tonight. Kyle?
Alan, we've got about 300 to 400 people here right now, and many more coming in the door as we speak. Each time the new electoral vote count is posted on the board, you'll hear just a resounding applause and little snippets of applause like that as the big board is continuing to show races in various states, whether it's senatorial races or House districts in other states. Whenever a Republican is in the lead, of course, it results in a cheer. There is an air of cautious optimism here. People, of course, looking at the fact that the electoral count right now is in favor of the incumbent George Bush. But they also know that the evening is young, and as polls are continuing to close throughout the western states, those numbers, of course, will change, and that is what everybody here is waiting for, hoping that those balloons behind me will be able to be popped open and fall in celebration here within the next few hours. What nobody wants, of course, and what everybody is concerned about is that the election count could go well into the overnight and the early morning. We'll keep you posted. Right now, though, I'm Kyle Meenan reporting live in Arlington, First Coast News.
Yeah, I think there's hopes among both parties that this not be a late night. Kyle, thank you very much.
Well, Democrats are flocking to the Radisson on the South Bank, hoping to celebrate a victory there tonight in the presidential race. First Coast News reporter Jennifer Bryce is there. Jen?
Well, Donna, as you can see, the people are staying very close to that very large monitor over there. About 1,000 people, I'd say more than 1,000 actually at this point, have showed up. And, you know, what's interesting is not only are they very curious about all these numbers that are trickling, obviously that is why they're here, but they're very curious about what people are saying, all the commentators on all the different channels about Florida, given what we experienced on the heels of the 2000 election. Whenever you hear them start talking about Florida and the numbers and if there are any kind of problems going on, it's like almost hearing a pin drop, which is hard to believe in a crowd of people that are very energetic here tonight. And I want to turn over and actually talk right now to State Representative Tony Hill, who is also keeping a very close eye on that large monitor. How do you think things are looking right now?
Well, we are optimistic in terms of where we are in Florida. It kind of gives us deja vu all over again. And so we're still looking for the big turnout in the South. And hopefully, as the night goes on, we'll close that gap a little bit.
Now, did you notice a big turnout in a certain maybe race or a certain age of a person?
Not really. I think early vote played into to our community in terms of African Americans. I thought they played pretty good. We saw some lines long early this morning, but then they subsided a little bit later on during the day. So we're just keeping our fingers crossed. We're excited.
The best you can do.
We can bring the victory this time to the D's.
Well, thank you very much for your time. And as you can hear the Kerry chanting. So we're going to go check out what it is they are chanting about right now. Reporting live from the Democratic headquarters, Jennifer Bryce, First Coast News.
All right, Jen, thanks very much. Well, this election has certainly brought out the voters. Duval County estimates a wonderful turnout, around 75%.
Well, of course, the job now is to try and get everything counted and certified. And First Coast News anchor Mark Spain is live. He's at the election warehouse tonight. And decision day, we understand, went smoothly for the most part. Bill Shai told us that not long ago, Mark, but now there's a lot of work ahead.
There is a lot of work ahead, and that work, from what we understand right now, is going very smoothly as well. Let's check in with Aaron Moody, the spokesperson with the Duval County Supervisor of Elections Office. Things are going well.
Things are going great. We have police officers who bring all of the equipment, the ballots, and some other materials back from the polling locations here to the voting equipment center, and we begin sorting that so that first thing tomorrow morning we can get going on those provisional ballots, start working on the payroll for our poll workers so that they can get paid and move forward with wrapping things up.
Are you surprised at how well things went?
We're not surprised. A lot of people have worked really hard over the last few months, and certainly in the last 4 years, the reform has really come together to ensure that everything that happened today happened the way that it has.
All right. Aaron Moody with the Supervisor of Elections Office. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. As you're hearing throughout Duval County, at least with this election, things going very smoothly. Very different from what happened 4 years ago. Duval County had to put on its best face, and it did for this election. Reporting live from the west side, Mark Spain, First Coast News. Back to you.
Mark, thank you very much. Now, the early returns are trickling in now. In the race for the Florida Senate seat, it is a tight one. 38% of the precincts are reporting right now. The Associated Press shows Republican candidate Mel Martinez holding a slim lead with 51%. Democratic candidate Betty Castor, 45% of the vote. Again, these returns are early in the attempt to win Bob Graham's seat as he retires. We have more still coming tonight.
Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Tonight on First Coast News at 11 and firstcoastnews.com. Live team coverage of the big elections. We'll have results county by county, all of the important races.
I'm Jennifer Bryce at the Duval County Democratic headquarters, where the watch party is underway. Coming up at 11, we'll get you the Dems' reaction, win or lose.
And I'm Kyle Meenan at Republican headquarters in Arlington, where the balloons are ready to drop, hopefully in celebration later tonight.
Tonight on First Coast News and firstcoastnews.com.
Yeah, it has been a while now. Well, at this point, I'm just hoping for the best, but right now, it doesn't look too good. I just want to say, look, if you're out there listening, I miss you. If I could just hold you in my hands again, everything will be okay.
This is a race car designed for speed, designed to be a winner. And this is one of a team of huge rooms-to-go warehouses, fully stocked with 800,000 pieces of furniture, so we can deliver fast. A warehouse so big, it takes our car almost 40 seconds to reach the other end. Rooms to go, delivering over 20,000 pieces of furniture every day. On time, as promised, all across America.
You kept hearing all campaign long this is going to be very close. It is proving to be that indeed on this election night. We now have 438 electoral votes outstanding. Polls have closed in states representing that number. Still not a president of the United States. There are the columns on 30 Rockefeller Plaza. President Bush in red, John Kerry in blue. The outstanding states remain Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, and we're now moving into the upper Midwest as well. We're able to call the state of Louisiana. No surprise, that was always in the Bush column. 9 electoral votes there. Also, the state of Mississippi, as the South stays solid Republican. 6 electoral votes in the state of Mississippi. That's what the map looked like a moment ago as we color in the neighboring states of Mississippi and Louisiana. George Bush goes up to 171, John Kerry to 112. Everyone thought going into this election night that the two candidates were at about 222 for the president and about 207 for John Kerry. Missouri is too close to call. As you can see, 12% of the vote has been counted there. Also too close to call, New Hampshire, a critical state for the Bush campaign. 1/4 of the vote has been counted, just a handful of votes between them. In Florida, 55% of the vote has been counted thus far, almost 300,000 votes between them. But again, we remind you, that depends on where those votes are coming in from. In the state of Ohio, they're just beginning to get their count underway. 38,000 votes between them, 10% of the vote in. Cuyahoga County in the north will be the key for John Kerry, and down south in the southeast and southwest, that will be the key for President Bush. Let's go to NBC's Ron Allen now, who is out there in Ohio. Ron?
Good evening, Tom. Yes, we're in Cuyahoga County in Cleveland, and behind me you can see they're starting to count ballots the old-fashioned way, paper ballots. This Ohio, as I understand it, of all the swing states, has the largest percentage of paper punch card ballots, about 70%. The returns have been trickling in so far, about 56,000 votes for John Kerry, about 31,000 for President Bush. But as you pointed out, this is a county where the Democrats hope to run up a lot of votes. In 2000, President Bush won 72 of the 88 counties in Ohio. He didn't win here, but he still won the state, which gives you an idea of the imbalance between Democrats and Republicans throughout the state. Turnout here is expected to be very high. The chairman of the Board of Elections earlier said that he thought it could reach 70%. There were long lines throughout the day despite the rain here. Again, the returns are trickling in. The other big issue here has, of course, been these challengers, poll monitors inside the polling places. Despite all the concerns leading up to the election, all the reports that we have heard here suggest it has been very smooth. There have been no problems. There was one incident where a Republican challenger was asked to leave a polling place, but for the most part, there have been none of the confrontations that were feared. Things going smoothly, turnout very high, and it looks like it's going to be a very, very late night here. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Ron Allen. You know, a moment ago, Tim, I was tempted to say that the President of the United States probably has already been elected. We just don't know it yet. But in fact, with Iowa and Nevada still outstanding, there are some big what-ifs out there with this checkerboard that we're playing on.
Tom, it's amazing. You know, we've talked repeatedly about 270 votes needed in order to be elected President of the United States. George Bush, if he won all the states he won in 2000, would have 278. Let's just assume that John Kerry successfully picks off Ohio and New Hampshire. That would bring President Bush down to 254. Where does he find those remaining 16? This is what the campaigns are telling me. They say easy, we'll take Pennsylvania, that's 21. Or we'll take Wisconsin and Minnesota together. That'll give us 20. Or we can take Minnesota and Iowa, 17. That gets us there. The two best states for Bush, they think, is Iowa and New Mexico. That's 7 and 5. That doesn't get him there. But what we know about John Kerry is this number includes Bush winning Florida. If you take away the 20 in Ohio, that puts George Bush up to 274, even giving John Kerry New Hampshire. John Kerry must win either Ohio or Florida, or it's very hard to get him to 270.
All right, Tim Russert doing his magic math once again, this year electronically. Let's go to NBC's David Gregory and hear what they're saying at the White House at this hour. David?
Well, Tom, just moments ago, the president summoned the travel pool, the small group of reporters, up to the residence. Quite unusual to get a visit up into the residence because he wants to talk to the cameras. He wants to talk to the American people. Remember, 4 years ago, the president did this at a similar moment of the evening. Over to the governor's mansion in Texas. His family was there. His parents were there. He wanted to encourage people to keep getting out there and vote, not to believe that the election is over one way or the other. This tracks quite exactly with the ground game operation they've got going right now. They have been talking to volunteers in swing states to tell them to keep people energized, to keep people going to the polls. This becomes more important as you move across the time zones. Remember, some of those big swing states Gore states from 2000 that they have their eye on, like New Mexico, that they think that they've got a real good shot with. Now he only lost by 366 votes. So again, the president is going to call the travel pool up. We expect that he may even be taking some questions at the moment. And at the same time, getting some information out of Ohio. They feel like Florida, they are starting to track in a much better direction. In Columbus, in Franklin County, a senior advisor told me that they are outperforming by 4 points where they were in 2000. A small sign in still a dead even race. Tom, we'll let you know when we get more from the president.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's David Gregory. We're getting into tricky territory there with the president speaking from the family quarters to the television cameras when polls are still open in the states of Iowa, Nevada. Those are two key states in this election. Out west, Hawaii is in play. These are states that could make a difference for the president, and he obviously wants to encourage his voters to get out there. Let's go to NBC's Kelly O'Donnell now, who's covering the Kerry campaign up in Massachusetts, and the number 2 man on the ticket has arrived to join Senator Kerry and Teresa Heinz Kerry. Kelly?
Yes, Tom. John Edwards just arrived moments ago here in Boston, direct from Florida. And senior advisors, when I asked them just a short time ago, what are you feeling? What's the state of things? And their answer is simply 2 words, Ohio and Florida. So John Edwards coming from Florida is important. His wife, Elizabeth, claims Florida as her home state. She has family there. They've tried to leverage that throughout the campaign. They have worked it hard. Edwards was there in multiple markets today, visiting. Senator Kerry was there just a short time ago, emphasizing Florida. On the Ohio side, Senator Kerry was in Ohio at midnight early this morning in Toledo, and he did, as at every Ohio stop, he takes a Buckeye out of his pocket, one that was given to him by a child along the campaign trail, telling Ohio voters, I want this Ohio Buckeye, the symbol of the state, in the White House, in the Oval Office, trying to make that local connection as best he can. Senator Edwards will be joining Senator Kerry here. Carole King is playing in the background. If you're hearing some music here, she's been an advocate for the campaign all along. Senator Kerry is at his residence with Mary Beth Cahill, his campaign manager, Bob Schrum, the longtime media strategist, political message man, well-known in the Boston community. They are together along with Senator Kerry's family. His brother Cameron, his sister Peggy have been with him, his daughter's family extended, and so forth. The plan for tonight is still unfolding. We don't know what time they will make any comments, things like that, still in the works. But the 2 men will come back together now. Vice presidential nominee John Edwards and Senator Kerry. They have not been on the trail together in quite some time. That was a decision trying to make the most of all of the principles. Even Teresa Heinz Kerry had not been campaigning with her husband very much lately. She cast her vote in Pennsylvania today, always registered in Pennsylvania. She had never voted for her husband, John Kerry, before until today. The weight of her own personal popularity in Pennsylvania is something that this campaign has been counting on. They need Pennsylvania, they need Ohio, they need Florida, and they've tried to execute very personalized strategies in each of those places to try to do what they can to close the gap on the president.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell. One of the senator's aides has described him as one of the most competitive people he's ever known. So we'll see what the senator says if he sees President Bush going on television before the polls close in some of these key states, whether he'll appear or not. We'll be back with more Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.
We've just confirmed our top story. Kohl's 50% off sale is giving shoppers an early start on holiday shopping.
Kohl's 50% off sale is this Tuesday and Wednesday only from 7 a.m. to midnight. Save 50% on hundreds of items store-wide, like sweaters, outerwear, and sleepwear for the family. Save 50% on items for the home, like solid bath towels, all candles, and all down comforters. Plus, senior citizens take 15% off. Kohl's 50% off sale is this Tuesday and Wednesday only.
Fits your wallet, schedule, style.
This is the road to the future. It's leading us to new opportunities, changing the way companies do business. Because down this road move the goods that move the economy. That's the power of the thoroughbred. Norfolk Southern.
Thursday on The Apprentice. Only 10 remain, but hold on to your hard hat. Stacy is back. Can't you just feel the love?
To me, you're a liar.
And while we're at it, welcome back Rob, Bradford, and Jen. But watch out when they all enter the boardroom.
I want to hear how bad your team is. Fix it.
All New Apprentice, NBC Thursday.
Earlier in this campaign, about 2 weeks ago, we started talking about the trifecta in the eastern seaboard, the states of Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. No one tonight has been able to cash a ticket in any of those states, and that's why the election results remain outstanding. 84% of the vote has been counted in the state of Florida. As you can see, George W. Bush is still in advance. That's a very significant number, 64%, about 2/3, not 84%. That would be a big difference, obviously. But George Bush holding a lead there. In the state of Pennsylvania, where John Kerry had high hopes that he would win, almost 20% of the vote has been counted thus far, and John Kerry is trending very heavily now, but we don't know where that vote is coming from. We're still not able to make a projection based on the models that we have. And in Ohio, 15% of the vote has been counted. The difference between them, 46,000 votes, too close to call. It's northern Ohio against southern Ohio. And we're joined now by Bob Taft, who is the Republican governor, a member of that distinguished Republican family in the state of Ohio. Governor, how long do you think it'll be before we'll be able to have a sense of what your state has decided today?
I think it's going to be pretty late tonight, Tom. You know, we had long lines at the polls. A number of people were voting well after 7:30, so I think it's going to be a very late night here in Ohio and probably a very close race.
Have you, as you call around the state of Ohio, this is important to us, obviously, are there still some people voting who were in line at 7:30, or has most of the voting now been completed?
I think most of it's been completed, but as of about 20 minutes ago, there were still people voting here in Columbus, Ohio, who were in line at 7:30 when the polls closed.
And what will be the big difference in Ohio at the end of this evening? What will determine who gets the vote of the electoral votes in the state of Ohio? What issue?
Well, it is north against south, but the turnout is very high in all parts of the state. The Bush supporters are very intense, very organized. We don't know how many of the new registrants for John Kerry will turn up to vote. That's the key.
And what about that gay marriage amendment, which has been a big issue in Ohio, has not gotten as much attention nationally? Has that been a big factor for the president?
I don't think it's a big factor, but it certainly couldn't hurt the president. It'll probably help the turnout on behalf of President Bush.
All right, thanks very much, Governor Bob Taft.
Thanks, Tom.
We'll probably be talking to you early tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact, given what's happening out there tonight. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to John Siegenthaler now, who's in the state of Florida. John, you got an update for us from Florida?
Well, we've got the Secretary of State who gave us some information about these absentee ballots that are in Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach counties. There are 92,000 absentee ballots that were requested in Broward. There's 70,000 in Palm Beach and 90,000 in Miami-Dade. They've hired extra staff to come on in order to count those. If this race is close, it could be Thursday before we know what the absentee ballot count is, and that could make the difference in this race, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's John Siegenthaler. So, lots of unevenness across the country, especially in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida tonight. Tim, what do you have for us?
Tom, I was looking inside the poll where voters who left the voting booths talked to us. This is so interesting. 25% of the voters in Ohio said the most important issue to them was the economy. They voted 85-15 for John Kerry. 23% said, no, the most important issue is moral values. They voted 83-17 for George Bush. Northern Ohio, Southern Ohio, as you talked about it, and that's why it is a dead even race.
And we're seeing that same pattern going on in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely right. The cultural values of the Republicans and the economic lunch bucket issues of the Democrats. And then in the middle are these swing independent voters. In some states, if they opt to say the economy, they go for Kerry. If it's the war on terrorism, Iraq, moral values, they seem to drift more towards George Bush.
All right. Tim Russett, as we heard from David Gregory just a few moments ago, President Bush has summoned reporters up to the living quarters of the White House to say something on camera, on tape. We'll be hearing from the president as we come back to Democracy Plaza with more on Decision 2004 after this.
no matter the outcome, America has won. Millions have already switched to net zero for just $9.95 and are surfing the web faster for just $5 more. Now let's kick out the jams!
Call 877-NET-ZERO to get your first month free.
Sore throat pain. It's hard to work, hard to think. No time for ordinary drops. End your sore throat emergency fast with the strongest Cepacol lozenges ever. Cepacol numbs sore throat pain fast with Menthocane action. Menthocane, 2 anesthetics for fast relief. So effective it's #1 in hospitals.
The pain is gone.
And try new Cepacol dual action spray. Numbs pain on contact, coats your throat for comfort. Cepacol ends your sore throat emergency.
The world needs more energy and lower greenhouse gas emissions. And only one kind of power can deliver them both. That's why ExxonMobil spends more on research than any other energy company.
Wednesday on an all-new West Wing, a season of change continues. In the wake of tragedy, power is shifting. But who will take Leo's place?
We're talking about the virtual co-president.
Then a Law & Order ripped from the headlines. A ferry crash with a murderous twist. All-new West Wing and Law & Order, NBC Wednesday.
We're back at Democracy Plaza, and the Republicans have picked up a member of the United States Senate in the state of South Carolina. NBC News is now projecting that a Republican will represent that state. Jim DeMint, he'll replace the retiring Fritz Hollins, who was an old Democrat, World War II veteran, been around a long time, finally decided that he would go home with Pizzi, his wife, and cool out for a while. Tim Russell, what about Jim DeMint? And now we've got Tom Coburn from the state of Oklahoma. 2 men who speak their mind about their conservative values.
Oh, Tom, they are very hard right, and by their own descriptions. Jim DeMint wants to eliminate all abortions, period, as does Tom Coburn. No exceptions, just ban it completely. Also, Jim DeMint said that gays should not be teaching in public schools. And when asked to clarify that, he said, well, I could say the same thing about single unwed mothers. And almost a checklist of people who shouldn't be teaching in the schools. It's going to be quite interesting to see how the Republicans will, in terms of organizing themselves in the Senate, deal with people like Coburn and DeMint, who are very fiercely loyal to their ideology. They'll be loyal Republicans, and yet they will say some things that the national Republican leadership will try to talk about to the country and tone it down a bit. Also, Mr. DeMint said that he co-sponsored a 23-cent sales tax. He wants to get rid of the IRS completely. He will not be a quiet first-term member of the U.S. Senate.
And neither will Tom Coburn from the state of Oklahoma.
No, Tom Coburn, who came out against also abortion, is intrigued by the whole idea of a national sales tax, is someone who has campaigned hard to the conservative ideology. These will not be your traditional backbenchers by no stretch of the imagination.
All right, Tim, we're awaiting the president's brief remarks from the family quarters of the White House, and we think that the reason he may be talking now is that in the next 20 minutes or so, the polls are still open in Iowa and Nevada. Those are 2 states that he'd very much like to have. They're also open in the state of Hawaii. Now, Vice President Cheney went all the way out there for those 4 electoral votes, and as long ago as about 6 months ago, Karl Rove told me that they thought that they had a shot at Hawaii, which is a deeply traditional Democratic state. Let's hear now what the president had to say just moments ago in the White House.
Barney, have you got something to say?
Barney was
Barney. Don't let him come any closer. Come here.
Barney. Barney. Oh, Barney. Come on, Barney.
How's it going, Mr. President? We're very upbeat, thank you. We're going to get a winner tonight? I believe I will win. Thank you very much. I feel good about it. I'm glad to be able to watch the returns here with my family and friends, and it's going to be an exciting evening.
Well, it is a family portrait. It was not an appeal for people to go out to the polls. unless he thinks that there are a lot of dog lovers out there who may be casting a ballot for Barney. Now, this is a very political family, the Bush family, and very close. I saw them in Florida the other day, and Marvin Bush, who doesn't like the game of politics very much, was there at his brother's side, and Jeb Bush was obviously with him as well. And you think about it, this would be the first son of a former president reelected to his own second term if this happens. So it's an historic occasion for them.
When you see former President Bush, he was recently in New York at the Al Smith dinner, Tom. He asked anyone he could find, how's my boy doing?
Right.
It's that kind of paternal pride in his own son. But John Kerry, as you mentioned, is just as competitive. My sense is we'll be getting invited into the Kerry Hotel suite in the very near future for him to show that he is also confident about winning this election.
All right, so we want to bring you up to date. Here's where we stand at this hour. Neither candidate within reach now easily of the 270 electoral votes that they do need. Ohio and Pennsylvania and Florida are still outstanding. And then you've got to look at a combination there in the upper Midwest with Iowa and Wisconsin and Minnesota. We still have not been able to make a call in Missouri or in Arkansas. Then go west, take a look at New Mexico, which was won by Al Gore by 1/100th of a percentage point 4 years ago, and Nevada, with a whole new population coming in from California and a lot of Hispanics as well. Democrats thought they had a shot at that. The polls have not yet closed in Nevada or in Iowa, so we're not able to make a projection. So we've got a suspenseful evening, just as everyone thought that we would have. And we'll have the results as soon as we have them here at Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, back after this.
This is a First Coast News Election 2004 special report.
Well, it's a busy night tonight at the Elections Warehouse in Duval County, where your votes are being counted right now. Good evening, everybody. I'm Alan Janae.
And I'm Donna Hicken. Thanks for joining us in Duval County. It took some people nearly an hour and a half to cast their vote. They were the last of the last voters waiting into the night to make their voices heard.
The end of the line is this man right here. Hold up your hand. That's the end of the line. And so everyone in line now will get to vote, and we appreciate your patience.
The interim supervisor of elections, Bill Shy, had to grab a bullhorn to announce the closing of the polls to the large crowd. Election leaders, just a few people, were turned away because they were late.
All right, let's get right to the results and the 8 constitutional amendments on the ballot here in Florida. Amendment 1 requires a minor to notify a parent or guardian before having an abortion. That amendment has passed. Amendment 2, the Citizens Initiative, it asked voters to shorten the deadline for signatures to get an issue on the ballot, making it harder to get amendments on the ballot, some thinks. It's passing right now, 68 to 31%, 55% of the precincts reporting. The battle between doctors and trial lawyers is apparently edging toward the doctors. Right now, a majority of votes cast would limit the amount of money an attorney can earn in a malpractice case. The amendment is currently passing 64 to 35%, 55% of the precincts reporting there. Now, one of the closest amendment races tonight is Amendment 4.
That's right. Amendment 4 would allow people in Miami-Dade and Broward counties to vote on whether to add slot machines to dog tracks, horse tracks, and high life facilities. Taxes for those machines would go toward education for the entire state. Now, this is currently a very close vote in the state. 51% saying yes, 48% saying no. There is 55% of the vote in right now. Amendment 5 raises the minimum wage $1 from $5.15 an hour to $6.15. That looks like it is going to pass. Voters in Florida also sided with Governor Jeb Bush to repeal the bullet train proposal. Amendment 6 looks like it is passing handily as we speak at the moment, too. Amendment 7 had to do with whether information about medical malpractice records should be made available to the public. 80% of voters saying yes to that one, and 70% of voters also deciding to strip doctors of their license after committing 3 or more cases of malpractice. In Georgia tonight, voters overwhelmingly approved the proposed state constitutional amendment banning same-sex marriage. Georgians have also elected Republican Representative Johnny Isakson to the U.S. Senate seat, being vacated by Democrat Zell Miller. Isakson defeated Alan Buckley and one-term Democratic Representative Denise Majette.
Let's go to Putnam County tonight. A lot of people waiting to find out about the sheriff's race there. Democrat Dean Kelly has now taken that race with all precincts reporting in Putnam County. He has 64% to Republican Tom Williams, 36%. Now to the nerve center of the Duval County elections operation at this hour. The supervisor of elections warehouse in the west side of town and First Coast News anchor Mark Spain is there with interim supervisor of elections Bill Shy. Mark?
That's right. Things have been going extremely well here in Duval County today. Voting, as well as what is happening right now as they continue to try and tabulate all of the votes, make sure everything is safe and secure. Joining me right now is Bill Shy, interim supervisor of elections. This is a well-oiled machine tonight.
It really is. We're getting all the precinct information and all the materials back in. It's just going great.
Now, we were talking a little bit. Some votes, some absentee ballots had to be discarded.
That's right, a very small number. One of the process is that the canvassing board examines the absentee ballots and makes sure that the signatures on the ballot envelopes match the signatures on the voting rolls. And Judge Arias and Mia Jones and I have worked now for 3 days, since Friday, I guess that's 4 days now, examining, and we have really been careful to go the extra mile to make sure if there's any way that we can really match the signatures. That's really important because we want these voters to get their vote.
Just very quickly, how many were discarded?
I think in the neighborhood of 170, under 200 out of 55,000. I mean, that's a really nominal number.
All right, Bill Shy, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, this well-oiled machine continues to do its work here at the Supervisor of Elections office on the west side, and we will be here as they continue to tabulate the votes and do what they do best here. Reporting live from the west side, I'm Mark Spain, First Coast News. Back to you.
All right, Mark, stick with it. Democrats are flocking to the Radisson, the South Bank tonight, hoping to celebrate a victory in the presidential race. And First Coast News reporter Jennifer Bryce is there. Hi, Jen.
Well, Alan, I can't hear you, but I know you can hear me, and you can hear the music that is just roaring out of this place. Now, the band did just start playing another set, but you can see the folks behind me. They are still very intently watching that large monitor. Some might say that this music is a bit of an energy booster as the folks here are seeing those numbers between Bush and Kerry go a little bit further apart, further than they want to see go. Now, I can also tell you that we've been talking to a lot of people who say that they are planning on staying the course tonight. They know this is going to be a long night. Many of them have checked into rooms here at the Radisson and are still keeping that competitive spirit. Reporting from the Democratic headquarters, Jennifer Rice, First Coast News.
All right, Jen, thanks very much. A little cover of Honky Tonk Women in the background. When we come back, we'll go live to the Republican headquarters in Duval County.
I'm Phil Amato. Here are your top stories this morning. Seems gas prices across the First Coast.
We know what your mornings are like.
For the holidays.
In health news.
That's why we help make your mornings run more smoothly.
Clouds should start moving in around midday, and that means you have a good chance for an afternoon shower.
How about some salsa on those eggs?
Start your day with a good morning.
Open the route, and don't forget the tip of the week. Buckle up.
I'm live on the scene of a developing story. Stay with First Coast News.
Good morning, Johnsonville.
We got to be at the Johnsons in 5 minutes.
Trying to eat right, it's tough, especially when McDonald's is spending big bucks to try to get you to eat things like this. But here's the truth. A Big Mac has 33 grams of fat. Meanwhile, Subway restaurants have lots of choices, like the 6-inch cheesesteak sub with 10 grams of fat. I made my choice. Make yours.
Right now, when you visit Subway restaurants after 5 p.m., you can get any 2 regular footlong subs for only $7.99, or get the same deal all day Sunday.
Subway, choose well.
Oh, the weather's great. I love being outside.
Yeah, but we need some shade.
I'll pick up an umbrella from the hardware store.
Don't spend that kind of money for an umbrella. That won't last the summer. Let's go to Florida Backyard.
Florida Backyard, with 4 locations, has the largest selection of patio furniture, including umbrellas starting at $149.
What a great idea I had to go to Florida Backyard.
I know, honey. You're always full of great ideas.
Casual furniture for the way you live. It's Florida Backyard.
This is a First Coast News Election 2004 special report.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Alan Janae.
And I'm Donna Hicken. Thanks for joining us. Some Florida voters experienced minor problems at the polls today. 9 voting machines ran out of battery power, and nearly 40 votes may have been lost in the process today in Boynton Beach, 15 miles south of West Palm. The machines weren't plugged in properly, and their batteries ran down around 9:30 this morning. Mostly, though, things have gone very smoothly in the election process today. Election officials are keeping a close watch on that process in Florida tonight, with thousands of absentee ballots left to be counted. Secretary of State Glenda Hood says it could be a long time before a winner can be declared.
They assure me that they are continuing to work as
quickly and as efficiently as they can to get them counted. But with the overwhelming numbers, we certainly know that they will meet the deadline of noon on Thursday, but we're not sure exactly when they'll be complete.
Well, the party is just getting started at Plush on the Arlington Expressway, and that's where local Republicans are getting together to watch the election unfold tonight. Our First Coast News reporter Kyle Meenan is standing by now with more from that Republican. We don't have Kyle now? Okay, we were hoping to get to Kyle. How about Melissa Ross? Do we have her available tonight? And she's watching a lot of races. And Melissa, tell us what's up there.
Good evening,
Jack's
Alan.
Beach,
It's shaping up to be a very interesting night out here in Jacksonville Beach. I have next to me, so far, the only clear winner in any of the races for public office. He's Lee Beachbuck. You won the city council seat you were running for. Congratulations to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What do you see as the biggest issue facing this community right now?
The biggest issue facing the community was the 35-foot issue.
Mm-hmm.
No question about that, and the voters made it very, very clear that enough was enough, and 35 feet is it.
That is the verdict of the voters. They overwhelmingly passed the amendment.
Overwhelmingly.
Thank you, Lee. We're still waiting on election results for the mayoral race. Flan Sharp is leading, but he has not crossed that 50% threshold just yet over challenger E. Bland Cologne. He is here at this victory party. We'll hopefully speak with him shortly. Reporting live from Jacksonville Beach, I'm Melissa Ross, First Coast News.
All right, Melissa, thanks very much. So the entire beach tonight, now under a 35-foot height limit there in Jack's Beach tonight. With 92% of the precincts reporting in Nassau County, it's looking like Tommy Seagraves is running away with the Nassau County Sheriff's race. He is up 72% to Ben McCorkle's 27%. And that race will replace longtime Sheriff Ray Geiger. First Coast News reporter Roger Weeder is live in Nassau County with the very latest there. Raj?
Alan, they're ready to close the door and shut the lights off here at the elections office in Nassau County. 80% voter turnout here, and that rivals the numbers in the 1992 presidential election where another Bush was on the ballot. But as you mentioned, Tommy Seagraves won handily in the sheriff's race, defeating his Democratic challenger, Ben McCorkle. Now, we should point out when it comes to presidential numbers, President George Bush gathered 73% of the vote here in Nassau County. So all the votes have been counted here. Only about 60 provisional votes will be counted tomorrow, but none of those votes would change the outcome of any of the races here in Nassau County. Back to you.
All right, Roger. Sounds quiet and sounds placid there, and that, I suppose, is a sign of success as to how things went for the county and counting votes. Thanks very much.
Well, it is expected to be a long night of waiting for both Senate candidates, Democrat Betty Castor and Republican Mel Martinez. U.S. Senate candidate Castor cast her vote last week, so today she spent her extra time stumping for any last votes this morning in Tampa. She says with the race as close as it is, every vote counts.
So right now it's down to turnout, getting out your base, and motivating those last few undecided voters.
And Mel Martinez also voted this morning in Orlando. He's still there waiting for results to come in. And so is our Jackie Bernard, and she is standing by. Oh, we just lost Jackie. We can tell you, though, in that race, extremely close. At last report, Mel Martinez had a very slim lead, 51 to 48% from what we understand right now. But again, we are still far from being able to determine that race. Extremely close, just as the presidential race is, of course, here in Florida as well. So stay with First Coast News for continuing coverage, and we will have more on that Martinez race. We'll have more on all the amendments that we are continuing to follow for you here. As you heard already, the ones we do know about so far, that height amendment at Jacksonville Beach, as we suspected, has been decided from early on in the evening with that 35-foot limit across the entire beaches area passing. We're still waiting for results on many of the other amendments to come in, but it looks like many of the amendments on the ballot in the state of Florida are passing at this time.
Yeah, we can tell you that Amendment 4, of course, that one's probably one of the tightest ones there tonight. We're watching that one and many others, and we're also going to hope to go back a little bit later on to the Republican Party tonight, which is at Plush. We lost our live shot there. I apologize for that, but we hope to go back there. We have a whole bunch of people all around town, so stay with First Coast News. Continuing coverage of Election 2004 is right here. We'll see you in a little bit.
Time we're winning.
We're also finding that in a lot of Democratic fortress parts of the state, places like Alachua County, which is Gainesville, Broward County, which is Fort Lauderdale, we're doing much better than we did 4 years ago. And then in the fortress parts of the states, the places where Republicans do their best, our margin in some places is double what it was last time and is much stronger. So overall, looking at the state, we're not doing as badly in the Democrat lean areas. We're winning the swing areas, and we're doing better in what we call the fortress areas or the Republican lean areas of the state.
But you can't win with just Florida. You're also going to have to pick up either Ohio or Pennsylvania, aren't you?
Well, I think there's a number of different things we're looking at. First of all, I feel good about Ohio. As you pointed out, a only small percentage of the vote is in. We're leading right now. Most of the southwest part of the state, the area around Cincinnati, has not come in yet. That's area where Republicans tend to do very well. We're doing very well in Iowa right now. That's a state we can pick up. We're doing very well right now in Wisconsin. That's a state we can pick up. We're doing very well right now in New Mexico. All those are states that I think are going to be very competitive down to the end. So, as was the case, and people have said this for weeks, John Kerry basically has one route to victory. We have several routes, and all are moving in the right direction right now, I think.
All right, thanks very much, Ken Millman, one of the principal chess players for the Bush campaign tonight. Let's go to the state of New Mexico, where there are some late developments, and NBC's Josh Mankiewicz is there. Josh, what's going on in New Mexico tonight?
Well, Tom, the news in New Mexico is that we're probably not going to get any kind of definitive answer on how this election is going tonight. This election is a huge turnout. The governor of New Mexico earlier today predicted 75 to 80%. And the Secretary of State just told me a little while ago that there are 191,000 absentee ballots out statewide. Now, that's a huge number of ballots in a state that Al Gore won by only 366 votes 4 years ago. So there's a very good chance that all of those absentee ballots and a few thousand provisional ballots won't even be counted by this time tomorrow. Tom?
All right, Josh Mankiewicz, thanks very much. The Kerry campaign had hoped that they may be able to pick up the state of Arkansas. They sent Bill Clinton back down to his home state, but NBC News now projecting that Arkansas will stay in the Republican column as it was 4 years ago. 6 more electoral votes for the president. That really had been counted in his total as we went into tonight. So the president is moving up now to 182 electoral votes. We thought that he would probably have 222 going in tonight, and John Kerry would have about 207. We're still looking at Pennsylvania and Ohio, the upper Midwest, and of course, Florida. I'm joined now by one of John Kerry's best friends in the United States Senate, and that's former Nebraska Senator Bob Kerry. Are you surprised it's as close as it is?
I am now. I mean, 2 hours ago, just looking at exit polls, I thought this thing would be over, before midnight. But now it looks to me like we're going to have to count all the votes in Florida and Ohio before we're going to know those 2 states.
Why do you think the president is doing so well in some of these critical states? They push very hard on cultural values, and for people for whom church is important, moral values are important, they're voting factors of 80 to 90%.
Yeah. No, there's a big cultural war that's going on in the country, a significant cultural divide.
Why aren't the Democrats doing better there?
Well, I mean, what do you got to do? You got to say that you're absolutely against abortion in order to win. And most Democrats don't believe that abortion ought to be outlawed. So they believe it ought to be outlawed in the later stages of pregnancy. But that's a very tough issue in some parts of the country. I mean, you saw in both North and South Carolina. You saw it in West Virginia. I mean, it's in West Virginia. They were doing mailers down there and say John Kerry was going to take away the Bible. So these are very, very hot issues in many parts of the country, and I think you're going to see that cultural divide remain after this election.
However this turns out tonight, Senator, if President Bush wins or if Senator Kerry wins, do we need a fusion government in this country? Do we need to reach across party lines to a greater degree than we have? And is it possible given the core bases of these 2 parties?
Well, I think it's possible, but either one of these guys are going to have to really reach across, and not just appoint people to the cabinet. I mean, that really doesn't get the job done. Whether it's Medicare or Social Security or foreign policy or whatever your policies are, you got to begin in a bipartisan way, or you're not going to end in a bipartisan way. So I don't know if they can. I mean, I think John Kerry can do that. I've seen him do it in the Senate. I've not seen much out of President Bush the last couple of years, since early in 2002.
Your old chamber, the United States Senate, looks like it's going to be more Republican than it was even this last cycle around, and some of the senators are going there are even more conservative.
That's putting it mildly. Yeah, God. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do think Americans are going to have to come to terms with, what do they want the law to say? Do you really want to make abortion illegal? Is that what you want? You want our law enforcement people out there in hospitals that have been rounding up women to go ahead and get a termination of a pregnancy? I mean, we're going to have to get that specific in describing this issue, because I think in part Democrats have not done a very good job of saying this is what we're talking about here. You could potentially put the secular state at risk if you pull your religion further and further into declaration what the laws ought to be.
Senator Bob Kerrey, thanks very much for being with us.
You're welcome. Nice to be with you.
President of the New School here in New York now. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.
All across America, a wonderful thing happened to 46 million wireless phones. They changed overnight. They have become more versatile, more powerful, with access to the largest digital voice and data network in America and the largest mobile-to-mobile calling community. All because Cingular and AT&T Wireless have joined forces. And if you're one of those lucky 46 million customers, you don't have to do a thing. The new Cingular. We're raising the bar.
I'm sorry, I was driving too fast.
No, really, totally my fault.
The good thing is we're okay.
There's so many more important things in life.
I'm not mistaken. You must be gelling.
Like Magellan.
Are you gelling yet? Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insoles are made from the softest gel ever created. If you and your shoes don't feel outrageously comfortable, you get your money back. Guaranteed.
Come on, move it!
Listen to that yelling.
He's so not gelling.
Are you gelling? Dr. Scholl's.
Every Thursday, ER remains television's finest.
You want to get out? Then get out.
Get ready.
Son of a... Clear.
For 6 all-new episodes in a row.
Nobody said this job was easy.
And Ray Liotta in an Emmy-worthy performance.
I'm so sorry.
All new ER, NBC Thursday.
We're back and still not able to call the winner of this very hotly contested presidential election tonight. We're going to show you the states now that have been won first by Senator John Kerry up to this point and his electoral vote total. All of them the states that we expected him to win, beginning with Connecticut, going down through Delaware, the District of Columbia, Illinois, Maine. He didn't get all 4 in Maine, just 3 of the 4. Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, and Vermont. No surprises there, and no surprises thus far on the president's side either. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Nebraska, all red states the last time around, and red states again this time, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and South Dakota, also Tennessee and Texas, as the Republican Party continues to have great strengths in the South, the Great Plains, and the Rocky Mountain West. So that's where we stand at this hour. George Bush has won 20 states. Can we just show you what's going on in terms of the electoral totals that are going up there? We've got George Bush at 182, John Kerry at 112, as the banners stream up the side of 30 Rockefeller Plaza here. So those are the numbers that we have to keep our eye on. Tim, we just heard Ken Mehlman saying, we think we're going to win Florida. We continue to hear that from the White House. They're not saying that they're going to win Pennsylvania and Ohio, but they are saying we have several avenues to victory. Take us through some of their avenues to victory.
Well, Tom, if George Bush is at 182, the way he's going to get to 270 is if he can't win Ohio, he's going to take 27. Okay, so he needs 88. 27 with Florida. If he can't take Pennsylvania, then it's Wisconsin and Minnesota. That's 47. He's looking at Iowa, which is another 7. New Mexico, which is another 5. The way it comes down, Tom, is they're saying that they can trade Ohio as long as they can pick up or replace it with Minnesota, which is 10 votes, and Wisconsin, which is 10 votes, even exchange. But what he's not saying is that if he loses Ohio and Florida, they're out of the game.
Right.
And so his route is, yes, I can win the presidency without Ohio, but I have to go over and grab some of those states from John Kerry. And
he has to run the board, in effect. It's really what he has to do.
Absolutely right. Now, John Kerry, we have at 112, but everyone's assuming he's going to do very well in California. All the polls leading up tonight, and that's the big enchilada. That's right. 55 electoral votes. But what John Kerry then has to do is win Ohio, win New Hampshire, and keep his losses to George Bush, to Iowa and New Mexico. Hold on to Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. That's the way he gets to the presidency. It's tough.
Let's go to Brian Williams now, who was the White House correspondent during the Clinton years. Brian?
Tom, the videotape of John Edwards arriving in Boston forced some email traffic among those of us who once covered President Clinton. Specifically, at the top of the steps was President Clinton's old advance man, Sam Myers. At the bottom of the steps was the president's old official photographer. You go over to the Kerry campaign, there are old hands from actually young men who are old hands in politics. Joe Lockhart, Mike McCurry. They all come back. It gets stamped on their DNA. They can't stay away, especially when the call goes out within the party to help. And there are just as many old GOP hands in the current White House. So really old home week at the end of a very long campaign tonight, Tom.
Well, it's become almost a full-time profession for a lot of people. American politics obviously is corporate because billions of dollars will be spent during the course of this campaign, not just in the presidential campaign, but across the country with the 527s, the Senate, the governor's races. It's become big business, and it is an exciting and unconventional way to live your life. And you get to see America from the back of an airplane and a motorcade as well. It's really a unique view of this country. And by the way, in this presidential campaign, that old saw about being born in a log cabin where you can start from anywhere in America and get to the presidency. These two guys started at the very top. Log cabins in their cases were guest homes on the family compounds. These were people who really did come from privilege, and it's been quite remarkable. In the last two election cycles, we had Al Gore, who was the son of a prominent politician from a distinguished Tennessee family, against George Bush with all of his distinguished political roots. This time, John Kerry. We're going to call Missouri right now, and it's going to go in the Bush column, as we expected that it would. That is something that the president was counting on, 11 electoral votes. Earlier in the fall, we thought Missouri might be in play, but in fact, it turns out not to be. It is the home state, obviously, of the Attorney General John Ashcroft, and Kit Bond is elected there tonight as well, a longtime Republican senator from the state of Missouri. 193 electoral votes for the president, 112 for John Kerry. The president's strength will be diminished some when he gets to the far west coast, because we think that Senator Kerry, we know that he'll do quite well in California based on everything that we're seeing, and then Oregon and Washington are expected to be in his column as well. What you want to watch for out west, Nevada and New Mexico. Last time, just a handful of votes in New Mexico. Democratic Governor Bill Richardson, former UN ambassador, he's feeling the pressure. He's got to deliver the state for the president, for the senator this time.
And Colorado, Tom, expected to go for George Bush as it did in 2000, but it's been a tightly contested state. And of course, the sleeper, Hawaii, did Dick Cheney's 12-hour mission out there convince enough Hawaiians to set aside their lays and go in and vote for Bush Cheney? That would be a +4 electoral votes for the Bush Cheney ticket, but perhaps offset a potential loss in New Hampshire. The board is shrinking. The states are now only a handful that we see as truly contested, as both these candidates try to reach that 270 mark.
To tell you how carefully Karl Rove looks at the American political landscape, he told me 6 months ago that Hawaii would be in play because, to quote him, Pacific Islanders tend to vote for incumbents. That's what American politics has come down to. He knows the voting pattern and the expectation of almost every precinct in the country. And there are those on the Kerry side who read the same kinds of tea leaves and come to their own, often very perceptive, conclusions about what's likely to happen.
Tom, several times during this entire presidential race, you had to avoid a mid-air crash between Air Force One and the Kennedy campaign plane. One would be landing in Toledo, Ohio, another one would be taken off. They were playing this game like they were running for county sheriff. That's how much they have perfected and looked at how these voting behavior and turnouts occur in battleground states. It's extraordinary.
My guess is that there will be some review of the Electoral College and certainly of the voting procedures after what we've been through this year. We'll be back from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.
Introducing the new Cadillac STS. Let's dance. Breakthrough.
What makes Kyocera printers and copiers so simple and easy to use?
They're people-friendly.
It's technology that's catching on everywhere.
Kyocera, outstanding reliability. For this company, that's people-friendly.
And not just reliable, network reliable.
Common driver, common interface. That's tech-friendly.
Kyocera, advanced technology that makes life simple.
My team just loves them. They're people-friendly.
People-friendly copiers and printers, only from Kyocera.
The world's largest fully electronic stock exchange.
Thursday, has Joey found true love with Kelly Preston?
You ready, beautiful?
Or will a secret destroy everything?
Something I have to tell you about Donna.
Oh my God, we're related?
Then, Sex and the City's Kristen Davis as sweet as ever on Will and Grace.
If your eyebrows were tweezed anymore, you'd be Nicole Kidman.
Or not. All new NBC Thursday.
Back at Democracy Plaza, decision 2004. It's now 10:21 Eastern Time Zone. Most of the states have closed their polls. The voting has been completed. The counting is underway. We still do not have a conclusion about who's going to be the next president of the United States, and here's part of the reason why. First of all, let's take a look at the state of Ohio. Simply too close to call. About a third of the votes have been counted so far. As you can see, George Bush has got about an 88,000 vote lead over John Kerry. But that's a raw vote. We don't know where it's all coming from. Wisconsin, too early to call. This could be a key state in the upper Midwest because in the chessboard in which we're playing, they're going to need that pawn or king or rook or however you want to describe it to get there. We're going to continue with decision 2004 from Democracy Plaza after this.
This is a First Coast News Election 2004 special report.
A lot going on tonight in Florida and Georgia. Good evening, everybody. I'm Alan Janae.
And I'm Donna Hicken. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Well, new numbers just in the race for the Florida Senate, the Senate seat in the U.S. Senate, and this one is going down to the wire tonight. The two candidates are separated now by only about 4,000 votes. We have 78% of the precincts reporting. And Republican Mel Martinez has 48%. Democratic candidate Betty Castor also has about 48% of the vote. The margin less than 4,000 votes. Now, keep watching the top bar for up-to-the-minute results here, and we'll have the very latest numbers tonight, of course, at 11 o'clock as well. Also, Cliff Stearns, the incumbent for District 6, his congressional seat here in Florida, has won his race. He was up against newcomer David Rutterly.
All right, let's take a look at some of the amendments that have passed in Florida. Amendment 1, which requires a minor to notify a parent or guardian before having an abortion. This just in. Amendment 3, or at Amendment 1 has passed, by the way. Amendment 3, which limits caps, lawyers' fees, has passed. Amendment 5, which raises the minimum wage $1 from $5.15 an hour to $6.15, is also passed. Florida voters decided to repeal the bullet train. Amendment 6 has passed. And if you go to firstcoastnews.com, you can look at real time at all the amendments and all the races of local interest. Just click on races and results, and you'll find all of that.
All right, we're watching the results come in at Jack's Beach tonight. New mayor is being elected there. 3 city council seats are also being filled. And First Coast News reporter Melissa Ross is live tonight. You have one of the council candidates with you, I understand.
That's right, Alan, but 2 out of the 4 major races out here are still up in the air. 7 out of 9 precincts have reported, but 2 of those precincts, they've had trouble tallying the votes. So it appears there are going to be a couple of runoff elections out here. Let's talk now with Rick Knight, a candidate for seat 2 on the city council. You've got the lead in terms of numbers of votes, but you need to break that 50% mark to be declared the victor.
Yes, I believe it would be very difficult with only 2 precincts left to report in. but we plan on hitting the campaign trail very hard and heavy for the December 7th runoff.
What's your reaction to the passage of the citizen referendum limiting all the buildings out here to 35 feet?
Well, that's the citizens' voice, and I will be a servant of the citizens of Jacksonville Beach if elected, when elected. And so
positive, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks so much. Rick Knight, likely headed for a runoff election also in the mayoral race, Flan Sharp and E. Bland Cologne. That race is still too close to call, and that is possibly also headed for a runoff. We'll keep bringing you the numbers as we get them. For now, reporting live from Jacksonville Beach, I'm Melissa Ross.
Fascinating races there. Melissa, thanks very much. Again, a reminder there in Jax Beach, the height limit all across Jax Beach has passed the 35 feet. Both candidates for president have appeared confident over the last few months. President Bush and family looked easy just a little while ago while waiting for election results inside the White House. According to the Associated Press, the president recently said yet again he thinks he is going to win. First Coast News reporter Kyle Mina joins us live tonight, and he is at the Republican Party, which is at Plush tonight, and probably music to people's ears that the president is still so confident.
Funny that you mentioned music to your ears. The musings of Leonard Skinner's Sweet Home Alabama started up a few minutes ago to large applause, and the crowd here is gaining momentum in terms of its the fevered pitch, getting a little bit more excited each time the numbers are flashed up on the big screens. More and more applause. It's all building right now to what they hope will be another Bush victory here at the headquarters. Mike Hightower, the chairman, was giving some numbers about Duval County and talking about the tremendous showing here in Northeast Florida, which he said will benefit us in offsetting what he said will be expected in South Florida. Of course, South Florida expected to swing for Kerry. But as you can hear, a lot of excitement going on here, and it continues to build throughout the evening. But again, those balloons, they still haven't fallen, and I think we have quite some time to go before they may or may not. Reporting live at Plush in Arlington, I'm Kyle Mead.
Kyle, thanks very much.
Well, win, lose, or draw, it seems Democrats and Republicans alike are both looking at tonight as a night to have a little fun, at least until someone is declared a winner, which could mean a very long night of fun for a lot of people. Let's go to First Coast News reporter Jennifer Bryce live at the South Bank. That's one bit of good news, Jen. More time to have a good time.
Well, I just heard you say a long night, but now I'm hearing all the cheering, so I don't know exactly what you asked me, Donna, but a long night indeed. These people are well aware that they are in for that long night. In fact, so many of them we've been hearing have been checking into the hotel upstairs here at the Radisson. They are willing to go that course, just like they did. There you hear it. They're not afraid to walk up and talk to us about it, but talking about that fighting spirit, joining us right now is Clyde Collins with the Democratic Party, and of course you're the head of the party. People got a great attitude over here tonight.
Sure. We're pleased with the numbers so far. We're looking forward to John Kerry. Betty Castor's numbers look very good. Certainly, we're well pleased with the numbers so far.
And a lot of people, like I said, are very optimistic. They're saying it's just too early for us to take a dip in which direction we're going to go.
Yeah, the night is not over yet, so we're still looking forward to the end.
How are you hanging in there? I know one eye is kind of half closed, looking a little tired.
It's been a long day, but I was pleased by the way the election process went today. Certainly, a lot of people went to the polls, and that's great for democracy and great for Jacksonville.
Absolutely, and a lot of new voters out there, and a lot of those new voters are here with us tonight. As you can see, the energy is up, and these people are sticking to the course. Reporting live from the Democratic headquarters, Jennifer Rice, First Coast News.
All right, Jen, thanks very much. Stay with First Coast News for continuing coverage of Election 2004 throughout the night. You can also get updates on firstcoastnews.com.
See you at 11.
First Coast News Thursday. How much courage?
We don't know. The first 24 hours are extremely critical.
How much strength?
It just goes hour by hour.
How much of a will to survive is there in this tiny package?
Join First Coast News for a visit with a very special little girl, a child with the power to inspire everyone.
First Coast Miracles, Thursday at 11 on First Coast News.
With all the running around it takes to decorate, it kind of makes you wish there were two of you. Me in one store, me in another, trying to put a room together, piece by piece, watching the budget, waiting for delivery. So now we shop Rooms to Go. Find the rooms we love, all put together to the last detail. All unbeatably priced by the piece and by the room. And because Rooms to Go stocks more furniture than anyone, you always get what you want. Rooms to Go, taking the runaround out of decorating.
Saving money on your auto insurance is no game at Mercury Insurance. You need a company you can count on. Mercury consistently beats competitors like these in head-to-head rate surveys. That's why over 2,000 drivers switch to Mercury every day. Rated A+ for financial strength, you'll always end up a winner with Mercury. Call 1-888-4-MERCURY for savings, service, security.
From NBC News. Decision 2004, Election Night. Live from our election headquarters on Democracy Plaza, here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening once again. You want reality television? This is reality television. Someone tonight, before this night is over, or before tomorrow morning is over, will be voted off the island. Will it be George W. Bush or John Kerry? We simply can't say, and here's why. These are the states, and it is just simply too close to call, and these powerful states. Ohio, now 35% of the vote has been counted so far. You can see a narrowing vote difference between the two candidates, blue for John Kerry, red for George Bush. Now, what's going on in the state of Florida? Something very similar. 85% of the vote has been counted there so far. George Bush with a narrowing lead. In the state of Pennsylvania, more than half the vote has been counted, and John Kerry has a lead there, but again, based on our models, we can't project a winner. In New Hampshire, 47% of the vote in, 147 votes between them. This is a critical state in tiny New England. It's where the process begins on Election Day and where it could very well end tonight. Well, those are the states that are too close to call, and that's why they're too close to call. Let's go to Florida now, and NBC's Kerry Sanders. Kerry, is anyone down there giving you any idea about when they may complete their counting?
No, that's really boils down to the absentee ballots because there are so many, more than, well, by some estimates, more than 1.6 million absentee ballots that have gone out, and it takes a long time. They have each envelope that they have to look at, certify that that envelope is of a voter who didn't vote by showing up in person as well and double voting. They have to check the signature, so it's a very cumbersome process. And then they have to open up each of the envelopes and pull out the ballot that is then stuck into a machine. Once it gets into the machine, it counts very quickly. Now, there is another problem that appears to be developing in Florida in Collier County, which is in southwest Florida. The largest city there is Naples. The folks there use new touchscreen voting there. It is a system that is provided by ESS, Electronic Security Systems, and the ESS system does not appear to be working properly. The canvassing board for the county has taken a moment to pause, and the software folks who run the equipment at Collier County are now on the phone with ESS asking them why things are not matching up. At each location where people vote, they get raw data. For instance, at Precinct 1, they say there were 100 voters. Then that little piece of equipment comes back, and then they look at it on the computer, and it should match up 100 voters. What they're discovering here is that the numbers are not matching up, and they're not exactly sure why. They're not sure if it's human error or if it's a software problem. So the canvassing board has the folks on the phone trying to figure it out. Collier County, of course, would be important to Bush. It's about 168,000 voters there, 2-to-1 Republicans, and clearly this is an indication, at least for some, that there could be problems with touchscreens in some parts across the state. And of course, the real concern going into this election is there is no paper trail with those touchscreens, Tom. So as they're trying to work this out, it's sort of a developing story.
Well, that's one more nightmare for the state of Florida, and we hope that in the course of the next 4 years, however this turns out, Kerry, that this will get repaired across the country, not just in Florida, but in Ohio and all the other states with the voting irregularities. Thanks very much for that update. We're going to show everybody now what's going on in Florida in terms of the vote that has been counted so far, just to give you a sense of how close it is at this hour. We still show George Bush with about a 5 percentage point lead. Ralph Nader is also in the hunt, and 86% of the precincts have been counted thus far. But that critical number that Kerry just talked about, more than 1.5 million absentee ballots that have to be opened, have to be certified, and then have to be counted. So this could very well move into tomorrow before we get a sense of who wins the state of Florida, if not longer than that. Let's go to NBC's Chip Reed now, who's down in Making Your Vote Count, our center here about people who've been able to call in and register complaints. Chip, what do you have for us?
Well, Tom, same kinds of problems here. We've been hearing problems in Ohio all night. Look at Ohio, first of all. Punch card voting, that color red. Each different color on this map signifies the type of voting they use. No state has more punch card voting than Ohio. That, of course, is the system of voting that brought us the butterfly ballot and the hanging Chad back 4 years ago. In fact, here is an example of one of those machines right here. And let me just show you exactly what can happen on these machines. Under here, you can see leftover Chads from ages ago in there, and they can clog up in there. In fact, we've already heard some reports that in some random polling districts across the country, machines have been so clogged with Chads that people have been punching dimpled Chads, but now they know enough to pull that card out and then punch it all the way through because they remember Florida. Some other issues going on in Florida right now. We just heard from the Secretary of State's office there that they've had 5.8 million voters compared to 4.8 million last year, an absolutely enormous increase, and people are still in line there long after the polling places officially closed. But the rule is if you're in line, you get to vote, and they're letting people vote. There was even one extraordinary circumstance in Columbus, Ohio, where some people had been waiting in line so long that some of them wrote out affidavits. Lawyers for the Democrats took them to court, and a judge ordered that that polling precinct find some way, some creative way to allow them to vote, even if they don't get to the polling place itself. A paper ballot, perhaps. Well, that's on appeal, we're told, so it's not clear exactly what's going to happen there, but the lines here are so long, so many problems that this judge in particular came up with some creative judging. Tom?
All right, thanks, Chip Reed. And by the way, earlier this evening, we heard that a federal judge in Philadelphia issued a temporary restraining order on absentee ballots there after a challenge from the Republicans, and those absentee ballots won't be counted until tomorrow morning under the judge's temporary restraining order at 9:30 in the morning. That may be one of the reasons that we're unable to make any kind of a projection in the state of Pennsylvania tonight. Let's go to NBC's David Gregory now at the White House. By this time, the president is normally in bed and asleep. But my guess is he may be staying up a bit later tonight and drinking a little warm milk with his family members.
Yeah, I think that's right, Tom. And you think about it, the last 2 nights, he didn't go to bed last night until almost 1 in the morning out in Crawford. So it's been a push for him, but I think it's worth it tonight. Really, there's been a dramatic mood shift here in the last 4 hours. I was spending some time in the West Wing, kind of milling around, looking for sources. And there I see Jenna Bush. I see the president's daughter. I see his brother, a good friend of his. Apparently, there's some restlessness over in the residence, and they're going on unescorted tours of the West Wing, going over to the Roosevelt Room, where there's kind of a war room set up, chatting with senior advisors. Really a mood shift. One advisor said that they feel like they've survived a near-death experience with some of the early polling in the key states like Ohio and Florida. They see this as a lot tighter now and in their favor in some respects. My colleague Nora O'Donnell ran into the former President Bush, 41, and he said, "I'm feeling good now." Indicates that there's been a bit of a change around here. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC David Gray. I don't need to remind everyone that 4 years ago at this time we were going through something very similar. That was extended out over more than a month. Both candidates have told me in the last week or so that they thought that there would be a resolution before this night is out, but it is looking increasingly like there may not be. Let's go to Tad Devine now, who's one of the principal strategists for Senator John Kerry. Am I incorrect in that, Tad? Do you think that it'll be at least tomorrow before we get any kind of a resolution, given what's going on in Florida and the state of Ohio?
Sure. It may be, Tom. We're very confident about both Ohio and Florida. We think all the reports we've got from the field, all of our Democratic performing precincts, very, very strong. We think John Kerry's going to win both those states. It may take a while to count all the votes, but when they're counted, I think he's going to take both of them.
But 1.6 million absentee ballots that still have to be counted in Florida, for example. And then you figure the number of absentee ballots that are going on in Ohio. And we thought by this time we would have some kind of a resolution in Pennsylvania. What's your judgment about what's happened in the Keystone State?
Well, Pennsylvania, again, very, very strong. I expect John Kerry's going to win a clear and convincing victory in Pennsylvania. Again, our reporting from Democratic precincts around the state has been outstanding. We have performance models, and in the Democratic precincts in Pennsylvania and Ohio as well, we've got performances well over 100%. So we think we're going to win a clear victory there and elsewhere.
All right, thanks very much. Tad Devine, who's one of the chief strategists for John Kerry, will be coming back to you if we have to stay on all night. You have to stay up as well if we do. So we'll be talking.
Can't wait, Tom.
Okay, Tad, thanks very much for being with us tonight. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, right after this.